Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you doing this fine? Oh, I should say afternoon. Monday, August 3rd. It's 12:05 p.m. You're lucky I came on here live today, girl. I don't feel good. I'm not in the mood. But there's so much stuff we have to talk about today, and if I don't do it now, then it's going to just accumulate. Okay, hold on. I forgot to do my little banner. Let me put that up here. Okay, so today we're going to mostly be talking about a bunch of lawsuits. I found out about these lawsuits like periodically over the course of the case, but somebody posted in the Reddit some really helpful what would you say, like explainers of these lawsuits, and then they also posted the lawsuits themselves. So we're going to go through those. It is it relates to these lawsuits relate to Bricks and Minifigs or BAM Franchising Inc. and former or current franchisees, et cetera, et cetera. Like as soon as I press go live, my cat starts meowing, and it's like I think she's like literally like she must be looking it up online, like how to imitate a baby crying, because it's like she's reaches the exact frequency that like grabs your attention like biologically. It's like I think it's like psychological terrorism or something, but she's down there meow. It's like, girl, what she hadn't been meowing all morning. I go to press go live, she starts meowing. It's aggravating. Okay, hold on. Let me update my little scrolling banner down here. Okay. Lawsuits as far as the eye can see for someone who's so quote afraid of lawsuits LLC. Okay, that wasn't even a poem on purpose. But also, before we get into all of those lawsuits, which we're going to go over at least two of them today, and they're both in Oregon, which is interesting to me because that's kind of where Bricks and Minifigs started. It's Oregon and Washington. That's where the owners were. So let me just finish writing my little scrolling banner here. I said lawsuits as far as the eye can see for someone who's so afraid of lawsuits, LLC. Also, the BAM app found something groundbreaking, revolutionary, and interesting. So I want to show that to y'all as well about Morrow Hill. Have some explaining to do. And that would be Morrow Hill. Okay, hold on. LLC. So I want to talk about that first because that's going to take like the least amount of time, and it's also kind of like an outlier subject. I also got like bit on my eyelid by like a bug or something right here, and I think it's like a spider bite or something, girl. Maybe it's just like a mosquito, but it's like aggravating because like not cute. Okay, but anyway, like I said, I really did not want to come live today, but I needed to. So here we are. It's kind of like, I try to treat this like it's my job because it actually is. So, on days where you don't feel like going to work and you still have to go, that's me right now. But I'm happy to be here with y'all. I'm happy y'all are here. I'm happy we can go over this stuff together. It definitely makes it better than if I was trying to do it alone. Although when I'm doing it alone, I don't have to talk. So that kind of makes a difference. Thank you so much to Aunt Lala for the 6 jewels. And thank you to I Sold Music something. Girl, I don't know what that is. But thank you so much for the 440 jewels. Thank you, thank you. Shout out to Sheldon Norcross in the chat. I don't see his message, but I did see that y'all were I did see that y'all were talking, saying hello to him. Cat's mimic, so she sees you talking when you're live, so she starts too. Yeah, but I wasn't talking yet, Megalicious. I wasn't even talking yet. I was like about to press start. And then when I was about to press start, she started meowing. So then I didn't press start. And I was like, well, what's she meowing for? I don't know. And it can't even be like, oh, she knows what time I go live because I'm like 40 minutes later than usual today. I don't know exactly how the jewel gifts work truly. Do I earn money from the jewel gifts? I don't know if I earn money from them or not. I have no idea. Um, France Gamble, your shirt should be there that this week. Probably not. The shirts are not going to be shipping out until the pre-orders are closed, kind of like how Reckless Ben does. And this is the last week to order shirts. I'm told that we're still working on the international shipping. I mean, this is something that we've been trying to work on for like years and years and years. I don't know what the deal is. We can't really figure out this international shipping thing. I was just going to say no international shipping, but the people told me that they could do it, so we'll see. Anyway, so no, it's not going to be shipping. It's not, you cannot guarantee that that shirt is going to be there this week, maybe next week, but I will update y'all when I have more of a solid understanding of like, okay, this is and I'll tell y'all before it's the last day too, but I think this is the last week to order shirts. Okay, so this right here is what I wanted to show y'all. This is the most recent update on the bandmap.com, and this is the kind of like outlier topic. The rest of the topics we're going to talk about today are all lawsuits and lawsuit related as far as what the plan is so far. We talked about Morrow Hill. There was kind of like two different ways Morrow Hill came up. One of the ways Morrow Hill came up was more recently having to do with this podcast interview that Ammon and Matt McNeff did. Now, when you actually listen to that podcast, it seems like it was recorded way earlier this year, before April. But it did just come out last month in July. It's now August. You know how time flies. It's now August. So it came out last month, about a week or two ago. And within there, you know, they say all kinds of things like Ammon says he doesn't see people as people and that's his superpower or something and all of that. So the podcast itself is, what was it called? Off topic, slightly on sub, I don't know, something, whatever the case may be. The person who was interviewing them, the interviewee, the host of the podcast, he's wearing a Morrow Hill real estate shirt. That's one way that we have come across Morrow Hill in, you know, recently. Morrow Hill is a company that interviewed and helped Matt and Ammon with their PR. But also Morrow Hill has a certain level of a business relationship with Bricks and Minifigs, or BAM Franchising Inc. They have a certain level of a business relationship because they are seemingly the exclusive real estate company that Bricks and Minifigs works with. So what happens is, like, we have seen this now in the leaked operations manual, where the franchisees have certain people that they have to work with, and when they're doing their onboarding for their grand opening, when the franchisees start with a new franchise with Bricks and Minifigs, they have certain, you know, things they have to do for these grand openings. And before they can ever do their grand opening, they have to find a store. Now, sometimes, as we know, these franchisees will take over an already existing store, but sometimes they have to open their own store. And so when they open their own store, from the leaked operations manual, from what it looks like, it's, girl, a metaphor for me today, girl. When they have to open their own store, like there's not already an existing place there, then it seems from this leaked operations manual that the company that they go through is Morrow Hill. Okay, so Morrow Hill does seem to have a sort of a business relationship, maybe symbiotic business relationship with Bricks and Minifigs, BAM Franchising, and specifically, you know, Matt and Ammon, because they were over there on that podcast. So interesting in and of itself already. But then we see, and this is, I haven't verified this. We can verify it here in the live investigation here. Look at this title. Morrow Hill became CM Legacy Holdco the day part 1 of the Bricks and the Minifigs saga was posted. Wait a second. That's a pattern. Is it not? Remember what else changed its name on the day part 1 of Bricks and Minifigs was posted? Legally Mine, LM Holdco. But that wasn't it. That wasn't the only company that changed its name related to Legally Mine on that same day. It was also LM Tax and Accounting, Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. They've now changed their name as well same day, May 21st, to LMTA Holdco or whatever it is. And we're finding out that at the same day that part one of Reckless Ben's Lego saga came out, Holdco and Oldco, yep, they changed their name too. Morrow Hill, the real estate company. Now, if they hadn't done this, we wouldn't have any idea or I would personally, I'll say I can only speak for myself. I would personally not have any idea that it was in any way like actually related or connected in a serious business sense to any of this other stuff, other than maybe they have like, a business relationship where they help the franchisees get stores or whatever. But now I'm wondering, what's the deeper connection, if any, between this Morrow Hill? Is there something deeper? And I have not read this article or this BAM map update very closely. I just kind of skimmed it and I was like, my jaw was on the floor. It was just moments before I went live, maybe, 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. So let's read it together because I think that there might be something to behold as we read through this. This is an update from yesterday, and at the time that I clicked on it, which is, in the last half hour or so, it was the most recent update on the BAM map. So it says Morrow Hill, that's the real estate company, became CM Legacy Holdco. Legacy is interesting to me because remember the 5-Star Legacy Foundation? Anyway, the day part one was posted. Primary source, 3 state filings with their signature dates and effectiveness elections are held by this investigation. That the filer inferences that, inference. Okay, so this is an inference. Inference means this is not a fact. This is not even an allegation, but it's something that you might be able to suspect happened when all of those names of those 3 businesses were changed on the same day. And it happened to be the same day part 1 came out of Bricks and Minifigs. Ben. I feel like my mom sometimes, I'm trying to say all these names. Like my mom used to be trying to say one of our names and she would just like be like, sometimes I feel like that when I'm talking about this story, because it's like Bricks and Minifigs, Bam, Ben, Break. Okay. So the inference here is that the 3 people or the 3 companies that filed these name changes on the same day that Ben put out part 1 of his Bricks and Minifigs expose. The inference is that they're all working together in ways that we maybe don't know. The record shows the same maneuver on the same day. Now, I want to know what time. it happened. Was it 4:49? Because if it was 4:49, that's going to be extremely coincidental. Okay. So let's read what the actual text of this article or this update says. On May 21st, 2026, a real estate firm in Dallas, Texas, quietly filed a 1-page form with the Texas Secretary of State. And on paper, the name, became a different company. The company started to go by a different name. It says became a different company. I personally don't think that's an accurate description of what happened, so I'm not going to read it that way. But, it changed its name. Morrow Hill LLC gave up its name and took a new one. And the new name is, quote, CM Legacy Holdco. It is the kind of housekeeping probably they didn't want anybody to notice. 2 things make this one worth stopping on. First is the date. May 21st is the day that Reckless Ben posted part 1 of his video. Seen more than 6 million times since. And the day the company also the day the company put out a statement saying they had absolutely nothing to do with this situation. Who? I'm confused. May 21st is the day Reckless Ben posted part 1 of his video. And the day the company put out a statement saying it had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. I don't know what the company is. Is it Bricks and Minifigs, or is the company Morrow Hill? Anyway, the second is that Morrow Hill was not acting alone, or they weren't the only business that did this maneuver. That same day, 4 states away, the McNeff family's own asset protection company did the identical same exact thing twice. So it's basically what I already said. I do think that the way that this is worded could be ambiguous at best. So just to avoid liability and to avoid make it seem like I'm saying something I'm not saying, what I'll say is I'm not saying they acted in concert. I'm saying the companies did do the same thing on the same day. Now, did they know each other were doing this? I don't know. Now, Legally Mine, LM Old Co. and LMTA Old Co. They probably, yeah, I mean, they probably did know. The companies did know that the other was doing it. But this Morrow Hill thing is a huge coincidence at the very least. I know, I just started. I know. Okay. Okay, twice. Okay. So why a Dallas real estate firm is in a story about a Utah toy franchise? I'm curious. I want to know. Let's see. Morrow Hill is not a stranger to Bricks and Minifigs. It is the real estate company the franchisor, that's BAM Franchising Inc., routes its new franchisees to in its confidential onboarding materials. A steer on the site has documented, and this site has documented, and one of the franchise disclosure documents does not mention. So I guess they don't mention this company in the franchise disclosure documents, but they do mention it in the operations agreement. That alone would make its filings worth a look. Right. I definitely think these franchise disclosure documents are full of questionable representations and non-representations, right? Things where I think that should be put in there are not, and things that are put in there, I wonder if it's accurate. That alone would make the filings worth looking at, but the connection is not only a business arrangement, it is a family arrangement. About a year ago, Morrow Hill's co-founder posted this to his LinkedIn. Wow. Utah, he says. This is Jonathan Hill, founder of Morrow Hill. Utah, the new franchising hub. Utah franchise family. You did not disappoint. Zach Gordon, Jason Olson, Taylor Lovett, Taylor Lamont, Keaton Wall, Ammon McNeff, Matthew McNeff, Christopher Flieger, John Bolsons, Linda Wynn, Will Bangartner, Brady Carlson, Adam Larabi, Adam Brimhall, International Franchise Association, Morrow Hill, Commercial Real Estate, Image Studios, Basecamp Franchising, Kid to Kid Uptown. This Kid to Kid is related to something else. Is it Darren Hicks? I don't remember who the Kid to Kid is from, but I've seen that company before. Chesapeake, Cheapskate, Back Nine Golf, Hello Sugar, Front Street Equity Partners, MK. Okay, so he's like, and then look, Bricks and Minifigs. So the owner of this real estate firm, or the founder, the co-founder of this real estate firm posted on his LinkedIn just last year, or less than a year ago, 11 months ago. He said, Utah franchise family, you did not disappoint. Utah is the new franchising hub. And he posted, he includes Adam Brimhall, Morrow Hill, Bricks and Minifigs official, Matthew McNeff, Ammon McNeff, and he signs the post. I missed you. If I missed you, I left you off. No hard feelings. I love you all. And the McNeffs answered. Among the 47 reactions to that post are BAM Franchising's own page and its two most senior employees, Ammon and Matt. They know each other off screen too. From the same post, this is the group in person. Girl, what? They putting our boy Matt through it over there. They are putting him through it. He looks like if a hobbit got drunk and also cross-cloned with Ed Sheeran or something, poor thing. And here's Ammon looking at diabolical as usual. This is probably before, he was on such a dose of Ozempic. He definitely has drastically decreased in size in the last 2 years. This guy's a giant. I mean, that dude is super tall. Is that Art? Is this dude related to Art? What's his name? Art McComber. He was 7 feet tall or something. Okay, so here they are. Here's the people from the Utah franchise family. Ammon, Jonathan Hill, and I guess this Jonathan Hill, he looks really different from this LinkedIn picture. That's the same person? That's him? That don't look like him. Ammon lost the weight and he found it, or what? Look at the shoes. Just what is going on here? Anyway, okay, so this is Ammon McNeff, Jonathan Hill, supposedly, Matthew McNeff. in a Bricks and Minifigs logo shirt with 2 other people, the franchisor's 2 most senior officers, arm in arm with the vendor their company recommends to sign leases with or help sign leases for new Bricks and Minifigs franchise locations. And this is not the co-founder's first turn in the story. He hosts a podcast. We talked about this one already. It was on his show. That Bricks and Minifigs CEO said he doesn't see people as humans. He sees them as output machines. The vendor for the franchisor, this is Morrow Hill, recommends the franchisor recommends, whose founder calls the McNeff's family, is also the vendor whose founder handled the McNeff's. Okay, so basically, so I've already covered that part, right? He's the owner of this real estate company that helps the franchisees find their locations of their stores, and helps them with the real estate. He's also the guy who interviewed them on the podcast. And up until now, I've just kind of thought they're probably just, working in similar industry and they work together and they're friendly. I had no reason to believe that they had some type of serious financial entanglement or something like that. And to be clear, I still don't have any facts showing that. But this name change thing on the same day is very suspicious, in my opinion. And it has piqued my interest. I want to read further. So when Morrow Hill changed its name on May 21st, the day part 1 of Reckless Ben's video came out, it was not an unrelated company doing unrelated paperwork on a coincidental day. It was a company the franchisor sends its franchisees to. His founder calls the McNeff's family. He hosts them on his show. And his family, and this so-called family, Ammon and Matt, reacted to that exact post, calling them family. Now, do I think they're actually blood-related family members or even in-law family members? No, I think he probably just called them family. But if we end up finding out that they actually are legit family tree related, I will not be in any way surprised. But sometimes people are just the Utah franchise family to make people feel like they're in a family so they can sell stuff to them or whatever. Scamily, maybe. I'm not accusing anybody of doing any scams, girl. I'm not trying to get I'm not trying to get sued for defamation, even though I always win when I do get sued. Anyway, okay, so the move, each of these 3 filings is the same kind of act. It's a changing the name. An operating company renames itself to a husk. Legally Mine became LM Oldco. The accounting arm became LMTA Oldco. It used to be Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. Morrow Hill became CM Oldco. Now, what is the CM? That's what I want to know. In each case, the live name is retired, and the company is left holding an old company or a legacy label. The kind of name a business gives to a shell company that it is abandoning or walking away from. That is worth pausing on for the 2 Utah filings in particular. Because renaming a company so that its value sits out of reach of a future judgment is not an incidental detail of this enterprise. Okay, so what is being kind of assumed here? And I want to be clear, I don't know this. I personally don't know this to be a fact, that for sure they stripped all the assets out of the company or they're planning on, not using this company going forward. But that is what it appears to that's what appears to be going on to me. And clearly that's what it appears to the band map and the people over there running that to be going on over there as well. So I just want to be very clear. That's why I paused. That's why I stopped, reading it for a second, just to say, I don't know for sure why this happened. It's kind of like a live investigation. We're going to get to, the bottom of it, hopefully eventually, but Legally Mine. Wait, hold on. It is Legally Mine markets asset protection to doctors. Arrange your holdings so that a plaintiff who wins still cannot collect the money that they win. On May 21st, the firm that teaches that maneuver, seemingly, possibly, and what it appears to be happening, did that on itself. Thanks so much for the very helpful table here. So here's the 3 filings in a sort of 2D format here, side by side. The old name of the company is in this row, new name here, state here, signed by, and CM. It must be Christopher Morrow. Okay, so CM Legacy Holdco is probably Christopher Morrow Legacy Holdco. Okay. So here we start. Let's start here. The old name, the first company was Legally Mine LLC. They changed their, and then they had an accounting arm, Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. And then there's this real estate company, Morrow Hill. The new name for Legally Mine is LM Oldco. This was in Utah and signed by Daniel McNeff. The date it was signed was May 7th. No, that's not right. The day it was signed was May 21st, but he wrote the number 7 on there. Okay, so it was actually filed on May 21st. I think this was a back date. I think this was not true. I think it was a back date. But it does appear as though it was signed on May 7th. Probably so Daniel had some type of plausible deniability to act like he was planning on doing this already, independent from Ben's videos. That's my opinion. That's my speculation. Of course, I did not ask Dan. He didn't say that, and he would probably deny it. The accounting company, Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, it changed its name too the very same day, 4:49 p.m. Utah, also signed by Dan McNeff, that is Ammon and Matt's father, May 7th, 2026, supposedly is when it was signed. Again, I do not believe that. I think it was signed on May 21st, the day it was filed, and Dan backdated it because he is a possible scammer. That's my speculation. Of course, that's not an allegation. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty, and I really don't know. That's not a fact. Okay. And then we have Morrow Hill. Morrow Hill LLC changed its name to CM Legacy Holdco. It's a Texas company. It was signed by Christopher Morrow the day before, one day before Part 1 came out, and it was filed the day Part 1 came out. So why is this same date important? If a company wants a filing to take effect on a particular future day, they can sign it whenever and just write that date in the box on the forms it provides. The Texas form offers it as a checkbox. The Utah form offers it as a line reading the future effective date, if not effective upon filing. If you fill the box in and the day you actually hand the paper over, it doesn't matter at that point. None of these 3 used that box. All 3 were left effective on filing, which means the effective date was not set on the form at all. It was set by the act of filing. So all of them went into effect on May 21st. Again, this is the day Part 1 came out. On the Utah side, the choosing is stark. The 2 renames were supposedly, allegedly, and I think this is not really true, but it was supposedly looked like it was signed on May 7th, 2 weeks before Ben's video came out in public. And then, for whatever reason, Dan wants us to believe that he just sat on the filing and didn't file it. He didn't file it until Part 1 came out at 4:49 p.m., so 11 minutes before 5 o'clock. Whatever else is uncertain, the Utah paperwork was not a reaction to watching the video. It was drafted, signed, and waiting before the video appeared. Again, I'm not going to agree with this. I'm going to strongly disagree. I do not believe Dan McNeff filled those papers out and had them signed sitting on his desk or wherever from the 7th all the way to the 21st. I understand, they have to cover their ass over there at the BAM app. That's fine. I don't agree with this at all. I do not think Dan sat on his ass on that paper from May 7th until the 21st. I think he signed it on the 21st and rushed that shit down to the office on the 21st because he was shaking in his boots. And I know this is how Dan does things because what else did he do? On the same day I exposed or began to expose his connections to Bricks and Minifigs, his business connections between Legally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs, the fact that he did this exact thing, the fact that this exact thing happened, all of that. I made a video about that on June 10th. June 10th, he calls the cops to report the window got shot out. So Dan is a very reactive person. And when he feels threatened or when he feels like he might get exposed, he makes a move that day, that moment. And sometimes it's a stupid move, like calling the cops for that broken window saying somebody shot it out, because now he just looks like a huge buffoon and a liar because he definitely did not accurately and truthfully report what happened that day on that Facebook post. So both they were spent May 20th. Okay, the Texas rename. I'm not putting any stock at all whatsoever into the dates they say they signed it. I'm putting all the stock into the dates it got filed. There's no reason that Dan would have sat on that thing from May 7th all the way to 21st. There's no reason at all. I think he just wanted it to look like, oh, I already was planning on doing that. And look, it does look like that because even the band map has written, oh, yeah, he was. Look, that let you read in the only you, either the filers knew when the video was coming or someone watched it arrive and walk the pre-signed instruments to that same state that afternoon. There's a third option, is that they actually just signed the shit on the 21st and they're lying about what day they signed it. But I don't know. I wasn't there. I'll tell you that I wasn't there. So let's go to Texas Secretary of State. Business search, corporations division. I gotta find the right one. I can't find the .gov. Okay, here we go. No, I don't want to do. I want to do a business and entity search. Let's see. Searches, yeah. Let's go here. Let's go here. Oh boy. I don't want to log in. Can I just search without logging in? This is freaking crazy. Okay, hold on. I guess apparently it makes sense. Apparently I already have a password. Let me see. Let's do. I gotta do a login. It doesn't even tell me. What the hell? This is not very transparent, huh? I'm trying to find these business filings. Let's see. They don't want me in here. They don't want me in here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just try to start a business services. I'm just gonna try to start a new account. Okay, let's see. Business services. Track business filing. Oh, you can search UCC filings. That's nice. Oh, or can you search it, or is it? Okay, this is. Business filings and searches. Oh yeah, it costs $1. I don't want a client account. I just want to do a search. Oh, good. It costs $1 to do a search. Great. Man, I thought they were supposed to like freedom over there. If you're currently a subscriber. What if you're not? Okay, yeah, let me submit a request. Girl, they are crazy over here. You should just be able to freely search. These are supposed to be very obvious public records. Okay, let's see. I didn't know I was going to have to do all this. If I would have done it before. Failed to enter the password. Girl. Re-entered password. Has to be the same. Girl. Address information. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay, I see what I was doing wrong. This is crazy. I've not seen this before. Finally. Now I gotta enter a freaking credit card. They want $1 for every search. Okay. Whew. I think I'm almost there. Oh, I gotta put this in there. Yep. Oh, God. Now I gotta put my credit card information in. Also, y'all, there's some really bad weather going on at my house. My power has gone out 3 times today and turned my whole computer off and everything. So, just letting y'all know if I'm abruptly kicked off. Okay, this is the expiration date, and this is the code. Okay. It is not that type of card. It is this type of card. All right, let's go here. Okay. Jesus, y'all, look at this thing. This is crazy. You have to do all this just to search for a business. That is really crazy. That is really crazy. I think this is kind of like unconstitutional. Okay, and then I gotta wait for an email to come in if I might get approved to be able to search for a fucking business in Texas. This is crazy. This really is nuts. You have successfully submitted a request. You'll be notified of the assigned user ID within an hour. Once received, you can then log in and do a search for a public record. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, well, that's freaking annoying. So if you want people not be able to search your business records, maybe start a business in Texas, girl, because that is the craziest shit I've seen. I mean, that's almost as bad as Delaware. Generators and power banks are pretty cheap nowadays. Okay, cool. Send me one. Send me one since they're so cheap. Someone said you can make a temporary login. Yeah, that's I think that's what I'm doing. Log in. No, there's no temporary login. Look. Oh, you may log in. Oh, let's try this. Okay, let's try that. Oh, God. They still want all my info? Okay, let's do this. None of your business, LLC. Address, 123 LOL No Drive. Houston, Texas. Houston. Let's try that. 77022. Okay, let me try to see if I can continue as a temporary guest. As none of your business, LLC. Oh, it still wants my credit card. Okay, well, I'm just going to wait then. I'm not putting in all that shit again. Okay, I got my user ID at least, thank God. There's my user ID. When you log in, you'll be prompted to enter the number and the password you entered. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Here we go. We're making our way downtown. Walking slow. Real slow. Business services, filings, start a business. No. I do not want to start a business. Upload new documents, make changes. No. Filing searches. Enter site. Doot. Okay. Okay, credit card. Yeah, credit card. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so now what? Continue. I already put in the freaking credit card, you stupid. Gotta do it again. Sorry, I'm almost done. I just apparently have to put my credit card information in again so they can steal all my data, I guess. Just to do a public record search. This is absolutely unconstitutional, by the way. But who's gonna do anything about it? No one. You're not supposed to have to identify all this. You're not supposed to have to give all this up to do a search. That's just not how it's supposed to work. Oh, and you got to pay a convenience fee of 2.7% of total fees. Oh, okay, good. All right, so can I freaking do a search now if you don't mind, for the love of God? Session, make sure the code. Okay, so how do I make my search now? Filing number search, document number search. Okay, here I am here. Asking for the same credit card info this many times is highly suspect. I completely agree. This was a load of crap. Okay, find entity. Entity name. Okay, so it's $1 for every search. Okay, so plus $2.7% fee. So let's first start with Morrow Hill. Searching. Please stand by. Well, girl, you got to stand and... Oh, look at all these Morrow Hills. Let me take a screenshot here. Prior. Okay, let's go to that first one. This is in existence legal, but it says name status prior. Morrow Hill, LLC. So let's click on that. Christopher M. Morrow. Yep. Quorum. Is he a Mormon? Not a quorum drive, girl. Filing history. Finally. So the certificate of formation was all the way back in 2012. But as BAM Map reported, there was an amendment on May 21st, 2026. Certificate of amendment. Here it is. The name of the filing entity is now going to be changed to CM Legacy Holdco. Christopher Morrow, apparently he allegedly signed it on 5/20, but it wasn't effective until the next day, the 21st. So let me just save this so I don't have to pay $1 to get it again. The day part one came out, Morrow Hill changed the name of its company, and not to just anything, to an old co, a holding company. 0521. Morrow Hill changed its name in Dallas. CM Legacy Holdco. LLC. Name change. Certificate of amendment. Okay. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. I also want to go to type in CM Legacy and see what comes up there. Spend another $1 here. Return to search. New search. CM Legacy. There's a few of them. CM Legacy LLC, CM Legacy Holdco LLC, CM Legacy Enterprises, CM Legacy Investments, CM Legacy 2 LLC, CM Legacy Holdings LLC, CM Legacy Properties LLC, CM Legacy Group LLC, CMW Legacy LLC, and CMG LLC. Now, some of these may have some connection or relation to that guy. Some of them maybe won't. We do know about this CM Legacy Holdco LLC, which appears to... No, this was also formed on May... Oh, okay. It's the same filings. I see. So when you type in either name of the company, it was also just reinstated in October last year. Management. Christopher Morrow. Assumed names, no names exist. Associated entities, none. Initial address. Registered agent, Christopher Morrow. Okay, return to search. What's CM Legacy LLC? Is that Christopher Morrow? No, that's Alejandro Barrera. Well, something weird's going on there, huh? I'll just spend another $1 here. Hold on. Let me go back to that first one. It's really ridiculous that you have to give all this information and pay to do a business record search. It's freaking ridiculous. And then you have to pay to do it again. What was it called? Morrow Hill. I want to see the, let's see, management, Christopher Morrow, assumed names, none, associated entities, none, initial address. Oh, it used to be called Morrow Logan Hill, Morrow Hill LLC, and this is from the day of part 1, and now it's called, okay, so Morrow Hill LLC used to be Morrow Logan Hill. Back in 2012, they changed the name then. They changed the name again on the day part 1 came out, which in and of itself is very weird. But then when you add that to the fact that Legally Mine changed its name on that day as well, and so did Legally Mine Tax and Accounting as well. Pretty weird. Pretty freaking weird. Now, what time was that? Does it say? What time the filing happened? Quorum. It's interesting to me. It's quorum drive. Certificate of amendment. It doesn't say what time. Would be very interesting if it did. It just says filed 5/21/2026. Something weird going on here, y'all. Something weird going on. So, Thanks so much to Rose Investigates for the $2 super chat. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks so much to Veronica for the jewels. Thanks to Rebecca for the jewels. Thanks to MJ for the jewels. Thanks so much to NG for the $4.99 super chat. A drunk hobbit cross clone with Ed Sheeran. I mean, that's what came to my mind. Thank you, MJ, for the jewels. Thank you, Lettucey Crumpet, for the £2 super chat. This should cover it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it should. Thank you. Thank you to Love You Cats for the 30 jewels. Thank you to Rose. Pretty freaking weird, LLC. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you for the $2. Wait. I think I accidentally just hid somebody's thing on accident. Sorry about that. Thank you, CC, for the $10 super chat. Pisses me off because our tax dollars are supposed to pay for these public information websites already. It's one thing to pay for paperwork, but even then they overcharge. I completely agree. Did I see tax forfeiture in 2025 for CM Legacy? Hey, did you? I done left out the site. Let's see. No, I'm about to pay me another $1. Okay, hold on. I'm going to search. Tax forfeiture? Oh. They're making me put my credit card in again. Like I didn't already freaking do this. Why do they need to have all my data and all that shit if I can't even use the data each time to put it in every time? They're crazy for this. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. No, they need to do something different. Okay. Okay, let's see. CM Legacy. This is the one. I don't see any tax forfeitures. Oh, this. No, that was in 2016. That was in 2016, the tax forfeiture. Everything else is just the public information report. Ever since 2016. See, there was the certificate of formation in 2013, and this is for CM Legacy LLC. I think it's now known as CM Legacy LLC. Central Materials. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Return to search. CM Legacy Holdco. Filing history. 2 tax forfeitures. One in 2025. Yep. Let's take a look at that. It says the Secretary of State finds that the Secretary has received certification from the Comptroller of Public Accounts that there are grounds for the forfeiture of the taxable entity's charter, certificate or registration. The Comptroller of Public Accounts has determined that the taxable entity has not revived its forfeited privileges within 120 days after the date that the privileges were forfeited. What does that mean? What does that mean? (2023) Public Information Report. The Comptroller. Huh. Let's go back to 2024 and look at that tax. Why? The Secretary has received certification from the comptroller that there are grounds for the forfeiture of the charter. Maybe they were just like not filing the stuff on time, but that doesn't make sense because they did the report December 23, and then it was only 2 months later they get this tax for. So what's the report? Forfeited TC Morrow Hill LLC. What is going on here? The reference entity has met all franchise tax requirements and it's eligible for reinstatement through May 15th, 2026. I'm going to say I have no idea what I'm looking at, really. I mean, forfeited authority for the following reason: failure to file a franchise tax return or pay state franchise tax. I think everybody has to pay that all the businesses. What is state franchise tax? Yeah, it's just a fee. So they failed to pay like a fee that's due each year. It's like a state corporate income tax based on a company's business margin. Failure to file a franchise tax return. So they just didn't file their return. It's not like they got it. That's what it looks like to me. They just didn't file the return. Look, the entity named above was forfeited, or its authority to transact business in Texas was revoked September 5th, 2025, because they failed to file a franchise tax return or pay state franchise tax. The entity corrected the default, paid all the fees and taxes. Attachment, TC Morrow Hill LLC. What is that? Oh, tax clearance letter. Gotcha. Okay, I think they just like didn't file their returns. I think it was like, from what I can tell, like a not anything that crazy. Like a standard thing. Like, okay, pay your fees or we're gonna cancel your business. Not your business, but your authority to transact business in Texas. Thank you to Pinkachu for the 2 jewels. Thank you to Pierre for the 10 jewels. Thank you, Patrick, again for the $2 super chat. Leave search results open. Open filings in new tab. I can't, because if I open in a new tab, I'm gonna have to do all kind of stuff in the back end, like take down the tab, open a new tab, show y'all the new tab. There's like a lot that goes into it over here. It won't just like show up for y'all, so I have to keep it all in the same tab. Thank you for the $2. Okay. Or tab. No, I was opening it in a different tab, I think. I don't know. We're done with it now. Thank you for the $2. Okay, so I found that to be interesting for sure. Thank you to, and shout out to the bandmap.com for putting that information out there. Now, what does it actually mean? I have no idea. Could it be just like a coincidence, total coincidence? Sure, could be. But I found it to be very suspiciously coincidental, in my opinion, especially the timing. Okay. So that brings us to the next topic of today's live show. That is, this Reddit post led me to know about it. It's awkward begets awkward. Again, I always shout this person out. Huge shout out to this person. I think he also goes by Chris Reports Things on YouTube, and he is the one who posted those videos of the body cam footage of like Ammon inside the store, the bricks and the minifigs, saying that Ben Schneider was a psychopath or whatever. I mean, he really does do a lot of work. He has a Proton drive with a lot of the documents, a lot of the court cases, a lot of the different filings. He keeps everybody updated with different things. He has also, I don't know who he is. I've never talked to him personally. I've never talked to him in DM or anything like that, but I definitely see the work he's doing, at least a lot of it. You know, he's doing a lot of work. And he also has been purchasing body cam footage, filings he's purchased and ordered. You remember whenever we heard the audio from inside the courtroom where Ben was like, didn't have a lawyer or whatever. The judge was saying like, oh yeah, the domestic violence law applies. All that stuff. We know about all of that because of this person. Awkward begets awkward. And I am reminding you of all the work they have put in, because down here at the bottom, he does say, this will be the first time I am explicitly asking for a donation. Kaiser Police Department has quoted him $83.40 for the Associated Police reports. They initially said it would be $550, and they estimated 1.5 hours of staff time. I asked for a fee waiver, and they said they would grant me a partial fee waiver, only charging me for the staff time. I still don't understand how 1.5 hours comes out to $83. Both amounts seem pretty outrageous and inconsistent with Oregon law, but fighting it will delay production of documents. He said, I'm just going to pay it now and fight the amount later. They estimate it's going to take 2 weeks, which he thinks is outrageous. The initial response said it would be much quicker. An hour and a half of work doesn't seem like it should take that long. This is a matter of substantial public interest. It seems like it should be prioritized. You can donate here to his link. You can also see the documents on his website. You can see other things he's posted under his username. If you have any information, don't hesitate to reach out to him at yo@chrisreportsthings.com. or on his Signal. The documents in this case are themselves the result of a person flagging documents that I was not previously aware of. I can't reply to every message, but I do read every one. If you know any of the employees whose names start with a C and an M who worked at the BAM Salem store before and after the transition, there is a key fact I would like to get them to confirm or dispute. They are really the only two people who can do this. Do not contact them if you do not already know them and you're not already friends with them. I'm omitting the names because I do not want anyone who does not already know them to try to find them. But if you do want to reach out, you can reach out to him. He'll be happy to talk off the record. Okay, so I wanted to do that, but shout out to him, and I do encourage y'all, even if it's just $1, $2, if a few people do that, it probably would be, more helpful than no dollars. He has done a lot of work. You can go onto the Reddit, you can click his name, and you can see he has been posting on a lot of this stuff for months. I mean, he was really on it very early, and he's doing excellent work, and he's actually providing so much information for us to put this whole story together. So, not everybody who's doing good work has a YouTube channel, or necessarily, he does have a YouTube channel, or necessarily puts, their face on public, or necessarily does this as their full-time job. He has apparently other full-time job, and he just does this on the side for fun. So I wanted to give him his flowers on that one. Now, to the thing he actually posted about. He said there's 2 sets of cases. Okay, so here's the lawsuits. This is going to be like the primary substance of today's video. 2 sets of cases from 2023 and 2024. There's interesting stuff in there, including a franchise termination, partially for, quote, reckless disregard for the physical and or mental well-being of Bricks and Minifigs. They allege the threat of a lawsuit is part of that reckless disregard. One lawsuit also accuses Bricks and Minifigs of taking possession of all of the franchisees' assets without conducting an inventory. Well, where have we heard that before? The 2 Canby cases were flagged for Chris Reports Things by someone on Reddit. He said, I'm told Benjamin Gorman talked about them on his YouTube channel. They were related to the takeover of Canby, Oregon store. Now, the Canby, Oregon store is interesting and important because that was the second Bricks and Minifigs location ever in history to ever exist. This was at some points considered the flagship store before the McNeffs took over the reins. While looking to retrieve those cases from Clackamas County, he said, I found another previous lawsuit where Bricks and Minifigs sued the previous franchisees of the Salem Kaiser store and the owner of the competing store down the street. Now, I already covered this one. That was that Austin King case. Those were in the Proton Drive. Okay, so one interesting thing is that all 3 cases seem to be from early stores with documents signed 2015 to 2017. All right, so there's 3 cases. Bricks and Minifigs versus the former Salem store franchisees and the former manager. Now, we already read this lawsuit, so I'm not going to spend that much time on this one today. I will read this post, though, and give y'all the overview. Bricks and Minifigs sued the previous franchisees of the Salem, Kaiser, Oregon store, claiming that they had an agreement to transfer ownership of the store to a new person. And that new person was the previous manager of the store, right? So there's a manager. He doesn't own a store, but they're kind of like, oh, look, manager, don't you want to buy this store? And he's kind of like, oh, maybe I want to buy it. Let's, sign some NDA, this and that, and I'll see. He ended up not wanting to buy the store, and he ended up actually opening his own Lego type store, like brick toy, type store down the street under his own banner. He did not end up using the Bricks and Minifigs banner name. After that, the person planning to buy the store decided to do an asset purchase only. So he just wanted to buy the actual Legos. He didn't want to become a franchisee. Bricks and Minifigs sued both the former franchisees, who appeared to be now divorced, and the owner of that new competing store, who used to be a manager at Bricks and Minifigs. They claimed misappropriation of trade secrets and asked for an injunction. The defendants, that's the former franchisees who used to be married but now are divorced, and the former manager of the Bricks and Minifigs, who ended up starting his own store, they responded, saying, among other arguments, they were not bound by that agreement. Bricks and Minifigs' complaint included conclusory statements instead of facts. It was just vague stuff. Like, they basically were accusing this manager of stealing their trade secrets, but they didn't have any proof that he actually had stolen anything. Like, he just decided to open his own store. I think they were just mad about that. They didn't want competition. Bricks and Beyond is the name of that store. And unfortunately, this poor Bricks and Beyond guy, he's now been associated with Bricks and Minifigs, and people are like, early on here, they were like, kind of like, you are the Bricks and Minifigs in Salem. You're the one who stole the old man's Legos. And he's like, no, I literally am not. Like, I have my own issues with those people. We've been in lawsuits. Indeed. The process is the punishment, LLC. Indeed. Okay. So that was that first. It appears to have been settled in court. So that was the first lawsuit. We're not going to talk about that one today because I already did a video on that one. Now, here's the next of the 3 lawsuits that were posted about, and next of the 2 that we are going to talk about today. The first of the 2 we'll talk about today. This is when Bricks and Minifigs sued the owners of yet another Oregon franchise. So from what I've been able to gather, there are 3 at least Oregon stores of Bricks and Minifigs, like locations. One is the Salem/Kaiser Oregon store. One is the Eugene store, both of which were taken over at least at some point by Brandon Best and Josh Johnson, right? So Salem, that's the one where Brian Mansell took his dad's Legos to sell them and all that. And Eugene. But there is another, probably older Oregon store location, franchise location as well. Can be. Okay, so there's a third store in Oregon. They got a lot of lawsuits with these Oregon stores, okay? So this is the second ever Bricks and Minifigs store ever. This can be. And for a while, it was considered the flagship store. It is also the store behind the other U-Haul in the CoffeeZilla video. Okay. Bricks and Minifigs terminated the agreement in September 2023 of that Canby store, citing unacceptable conduct and threats to sue Bricks and Minifigs, or BAM franchising. The termination reasons why Bricks and Minifigs terminated the franchise agreement is a doozy. There's an alleged assault and battery of an employee mentioned, but Chris reports things did not find a date or any more details there. Bricks and Minifigs asked for a temporary restraining order and injunctive relief, and this is the only case where the judge assessed the merits at all. He denied the injunction. The judge found that the defendants were more likely than not to win, or maybe they could win. We'll take a look at the actual documents. The judge said the merits, the threat of irreparable immediate injury, and the balance of equities all favored the defendants. Now, who were the defendants? They were the people that owned the store, the franchisees. Bricks and Minifigs filed a notice to dismiss without prejudice soon after. So they dismissed their own case. Bricks and Minifigs just withdrew the case. Defendants immediately tried to prevent that, requesting a summary judgment. There were a few more months of argument about how there would be a dismissal, whether there would be a dismissal or a summary judgment, and who would pay the attorney's fees. The judge wound up dismissing without prejudice and determined that no party was prevailing. Everybody had to cover their own fees. So that was the Bricks and Minifigs versus Canby Store franchisees. So that kind of gets dismissed. The next year, it's apparently same people who Bricks and Minifigs had tried to sue, they sued Bricks and Minifigs. This appears to be the new case with the counterclaims that the defendants were trying to pursue in the previous case. They claimed interference with economic relations and accused Bricks and Minifigs of conversion. That's that business version of stealing, theft, including, this is an allegation, taking possession of all of the franchisees' assets without providing an inventory. And this is exactly what the Gormans, Crystal and Ben Gorman, the ones who were in that consignment agreement in the first place with Brian Mansell, it's exactly what they say. They said exactly the same thing in their lawsuit, that Bricks and Minifigs came in, took their assets. They were owed an inventory of all the assets in the store, but they never got one ever. So now we're getting the allegation again, or previously, this was in 2024. They claimed interference with economic relations, accused BAM of basically stealing from them, including taking possession of their assets without providing an inventory, claimed that Bricks and Minifigs threatened to wipe out one of the defendants' life savings. Oh, girl. Bricks and Minifigs succeeded in compelling arbitration. It seems like all public-facing portions of this action stopped at that time. Don't entirely understand how BAM did not have to use arbitration in the previous lawsuit. They were able to force arbitration here. I'm not a lawyer, he says. Okay. So he did post a bunch of documents that he retrieved from the court. And so what I want to do is let's go to, I think I want to go out of chronological order. I just want to go straight to the lawsuit that was filed against Bricks and Minifigs, not the one that they filed against the people. And then we can circle back around to that one. This is Plastic Palette is the name of their company. Okay, so this was filed about 2 years ago, 2.5. This is from February 2024. And as you can see, Plastic Palette and Christina Maria Cooper, these are the plaintiffs, and they sued BAM Franchising, Inc. Also, John Doe 1, John Doe 2, and John Doe 3. So as we go through this package of stuff, you'll see, I really want to know who are the John Does. Is it Ammon, Matt? Is it a Brimhall? This is from 2 years ago. Who is the John Doe? Who is the John Doe 1? Who is the John Doe 2? And also who is the John Doe 3? They sued for $1.45 million. Case assignment from 2024. Christina Maria Cooper. Okay, so they file this complaint 2024, February 2024. They serve Bricks and Minifigs. John Doe's were unserved. Proof of service. Intent, take default, motion to compel arbitration. So it looks like BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, did try to compel arbitration here. Represented by a Tim Cunningham. Motion to compel, Judge Weber. They had a hearing on that motion in April, 2024. Okay, and then the judge did grant the motion to compel arbitration. Now, bless their heart, whoever got the last name Cook, poor Philip Cook, that's the lawyer's name. Okay, defendant, BAM. Okay, so this is when Bricks and Minifigs got sued. So here's the complaint. This is Bricks and Minifigs getting sued by former franchisee, and this was 2 years ago. Complaint. Intentional interference with economic relations is one of the claims. The second one is conversion. And look at this. The third one, financial abuse of a vulnerable person, not we steal from old people, including also additionally the final claim, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, they wanted to claim $1.45 million, and it says not subject to arbitration. Christina Cooper is an individual living in Oregon. She is 65 years old and in poor health. She is 2/3 member of Plastic Pallet LLC. So she owns, 2/3 of the company, and somebody else owned 1/3. This business was organized in 2017. It remains in good standing. BAM Franchising is an Oregon corporation, which now I guess they've changed that to being a Delaware corporation. Owns and licenses certain intellectual property and trademarks under the name Bricks and Minifigs. Okay, so here are the factual allegations against Bricks and Minifigs by a former franchisee in Oregon, and this is like one of the first Bricks and Minifigs that there ever were. Okay, I think it was this Bricks and Minifigs in Canby, Oregon, was originally started by the founder of Bricks and one of the two. There's two founders of Bricks and Minifigs. There's like John Masick and David Ortiz. I don't remember who's who. Like one of them's from Washington State or lived in Washington State, and one of them lived in Oregon. The one who lived in Oregon started his location in Canby, Oregon. So I'm thinking that's, this location was taken over from the very first or second, Bricks and Minifigs location ever by this lady. She's 65 years old, and she is co-owner of the franchise location in Canby, or she was. And this is all before 2024. But also there was another 1/3 owner. I don't know who that is. Now, just to remind y'all, this document that we're reading right now, this complaint we're reading right now, is when Bricks and Minifigs got sued. But Bricks and Minifigs had already sued these same people the year before. I'm just kind of going out of order. No, there's a lot more brother than 3, I think. I think there's 4 brothers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. There we go. Having some technical difficulties today. There's like a lot of bad storms. I got one of those annoying, like loud text messages earlier. Okay. So here's the factual allegations. On or about May 15th, 2017, Bricks and Minifigs Franchising entered into a franchise agreement with Plastic Pallet. Okay, so 2017, that's when this all starts. Among other things, the agreement gave Plastic Pallet the exclusive right to operate a retail store under the name Bricks and Minifigs in Canby, Oregon, and the surrounding territory. It also provided that the agreement would run for 5 years and would be subject to renewal in 5-year increments. Okay, so if you started it in 2017, that means in 2022 it would be up for renewal. At the time Plastic Pallet purchased the assets and entered into the agreement, BAM's predecessor represented that the franchised operation had generated $200,000 in profits per year during the previous 3 years. So I'm like, wait, who is BAM's predecessor? Is it John Masick? Is it David Ortiz? Again, who are those 3 Doe defendants, right? So she's saying, look, in 2017, when I bought this business, the person who owned the store had represented to me that specific Canby, Oregon location had generated $200,000 in profits each year for the 3 previous years. So that would be 2014, 2015, 2016. Every year they had $200,000 in profits. And so this lady's like, oh, cool, money printer. Let me take over the store. Let me buy that store. She goes on. Bricks and Minifigs has violated their agreement in numerous ways. It has also committed elder financial abuse. Girl, we steal from old people LLC. She says they have also committed an interference with the contract. They participated in intentional infliction of emotional distress or suffering, among other things. It offered to assist Plastic Pallet and Miss Cooper to find a new franchisee to purchase her interest and take over the operation of the store. But then they reneged or pulled back that offer. I said, like they offered to help the Gormans when they said, oh, we got somebody that's interested to come and look at the store. And then whenever the person showed up, coming to look at the store, it was actually Brandon Best taking the store over. She goes on in the lawsuit. She says, Bricks and Minifigs falsely accused me of breaching my agreement and threatened to abruptly terminate the agreement without adequate notice. They unreasonably withheld, Bricks and Minifigs, allegedly, according to this complaint, unreasonably withheld its consent to transfer the membership interest in Plastic Palette. It refused to assist Plastic Palette in finding a new buyer, and they had no good cause for doing it. Bricks and Minifigs apparently threatened this lady to terminate her franchise agreement and destroy her equity in the business, and then they did act on that threat. They interfered with her business plan adopted by her, encouraging its members and employees to violate their duty of loyalty to the LLC. She says, on information and belief, Bricks and Minifigs conspired with John Doe's 1, 2, and 3 to terminate the agreement, inflict severe emotional suffering on her, and interfere with her expectation to renew her lease without disclosing the communications and without offering consideration to her or her business. The first claim alleges as follows. During and around the summer of 2022, Bricks and Minifigs began interfering with the internal management of her business. And hers was called Plastic Palette. You know, like some of them are called, you know, there's like a Banff Salem 1 or Talo Goo Goo Lugosi or whatever. So her business was called Plastic Palette. So she said during the summer of 2022, Bricks and Minifigs started to interfere with the management, the internal management of my business. Among other things, they attempted to force certain members to give up their membership and control rights of the LLC. Bricks and Minifigs inserted itself in conversations with Plastic Palette's landlord with an aim toward causing a termination. This sounds so similar. This sounds so similar to allegations that the Gormans have made, saying, and Last Relic, saying that Bricks and Minifigs gets all involved in the landlord relationship and the leasing relationship. This is Plastic Palette's complaint. Defendant Bricks and Minifigs. Oh, wait. So she's saying they were trying to get the lease terminated. She's saying, yeah, Bricks and Minifigs started meddling in my business. They started having conversations with the landlord. And their whole purpose of having conversations with this landlord is to have my lease terminated. So I'm remembering when Chris Gorman, the former owner of the franchise location that started all of this story, she put out that call with Kai McAllister. And the call with Kai McAllister, he says, you know, we've talked to your landlord and they say that you da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, wait, they do this. They get all involved in the landlord. And you know what? I'm just wondering how long they've been working with Morrow Hill. Put one in the chat if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Has Morrow Hill been working with them on these? Are they the landlord or are they just a middleman helping to get leases? I would definitely get my own lease holder if I were to start one of these businesses. Is Morrow Hill the landlord is the question, Gregory. I don't know is the answer. I don't know. It seems to me like Morrow Hill is not necessarily the owner of all of this real estate. It seems to me more likely that they are just kind of like a liaison, but that allows them to take some of the percentage, right? Like they get a little fee, but I really have no idea. Oh, there's a lot of ones in here. Man, they should have just given back these Legos. A broker. It's like, is it it's kind of like a broker, like a real estate broker. They help you find, or an agent, they help you find places with companies who are going to be the landlords. Okay. So it said Bricks and Minifigs inserted itself in conversations with Plastic Pallet's landlord with an aim. What was their aim? To cause a termination of Plastic Pallet's lease. Defendant BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, attempted to impose new management. They wanted to put in new management in the store. Does this look like it's an independently owned and operated type of situation, or does this look like Bricks and Minifigs stays in charge of everything or thinks they should? Attempted to impose new management and to control the operation of the LLC, including the threat to destroy a member's investment if they did not comply. So this is now extortion. If these allegations are true. I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. It says, defendant Bricks and Minifigs Franchising was not an actual party to the contractual, professional, or business relationship between Plastic Pallet's members, nor between Plastic Pallet and its landlord. They had no business to be meddling in that. They say, this is an allegation in the lawsuit, Bricks and Minifigs interfered with an improper motive and through improper means in the following ways. The wrongful conduct of Bricks and Minifigs has injured and will continue causing injury to Plastic Pallet in an amount to be proven at trial, estimated to be worth at least $300,000. Okay. Second claim, conversion. This is kind of like that corporate sort of like theft. It's where you take somebody's property that really belongs to them and then you convert it into something else, usually by selling it. So you convert it from a Lego into cash money, but it can be converted in many ways. This is like a sort of like steal. Average layperson would call it stealing or theft. Plaintiff realleges the allegations contained before. Okay. On or about October 2023. So this is long after that initial 5-year contract would have been expired and maybe they renewed it. It says Bricks and Minifigs took possession of all of the assets of Plastic Pallet. Well, that's exactly what they did to Chris Gorman and Ben Gorman. They showed up and they took her stuff. Now, look, it's about the next year. I mean, almost to the day. It's 2 weeks away from being exactly a year before they did the same exact thing to Chris Gorman. When did they take Chris Gorman's business over? November 14th, 2024. When did they take this lady's business over? October 30th, 2023. Despite repeated demands, Bricks and Minifigs has failed and refused to provide an inventory or valuation of those assets. Wow. They have refused to disclose the location of the inventory, and they continued, where are the Legos? And continued using other assets. They have refused to purchase or otherwise liquidate those assets. And we do know from the franchise agreements that Bricks and Minifigs does have a whole lot of power. They can cancel your franchise agreement for any freaking reason they feel like. Pretty much. I mean, a little bit sarcastic, a little bit exaggerative, but they pretty much can. I mean, it's all up to them if they want to terminate your franchise agreement. I mean, you want to take a sniff in the wrong direction, and they're coming to take over your store. But there are still some rights that you retain as a franchisee or a former franchisee under, even if they come take your store. And that is, even if they come take your stuff and you might have violated the franchise agreement, this, that, the other, they still have to provide you with an inventory. They have to tell you what they took, how much it's worth, and they have to give you some type of value for it. We saw them say they were going to do this with the Chris Gorman situation. They said, look, we're going to come take your stuff, but we're going to exercise our rights under the franchise agreement, and we're going to provide you with an inventory and an asset valuation list. They never did that, according to Chris and Ben Gorman. So they took possession of all the assets, but BAM refused to actually provide an inventory of those assets or a valuation for the assets. And they would not purchase the otherwise liquidate the assets that they kept using. And I'm assuming like this other assets is like the building, maybe, different equipment, fixtures, whatever, that the previous owners, I mean, they were in that store for 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 6 years. 6 years. So they probably bought a bunch of stuff for that store, maybe shelves, maybe, who knows? I don't know what they buy and what is provided or whatever, but from what I'm reading here, it looks like Briggs and Minifigs took not only possession of all the inventory of the business, but all the assets of the business, including anything inside the store. And that stuff's worth money. And if you don't give it back or pay the person it belongs to, you've committed conversion. And that's what they're suing for. These are allegations. Of course, I wasn't there. She goes on, she says, Briggs and Minifigs has wrongfully withheld and intentionally exercised dominion and control over this lady's assets in a manner which so seriously interfered with her right to control it that defendant should justly be required to pay her back the full value of all these assets. As a result of BAM stealing these assets, and this is an allegation in a lawsuit, Plastic Palette has been damaged in an amount equal to the market value of the assets, at least $200,000. So I'm assuming that's in addition to the $300,000. So now we're up to $500,000 and we're only on page 7. Plastic Palette is entitled to interest at the legal rate of 9%. Okay, she wants interest on all that stuff. On the value of the assets from the time of the conversion. And then she goes to the next claim. This one is different than other ones I've seen. Financial abuse of a vulnerable person. Hashtag we steal from old people. Plaintiff Christina Cooper alleges as follows. She's over the age of 65, she is in poor health, and she is extremely vulnerable, both physically and emotionally. She is a, quote, vulnerable person, as that term is defined in Oregon statutes. The other defendants, BAM and the other defendants, these 3 John Does, are also aware of all the facts at all material times that she was an old lady, she was in poor health, and they took advantage of her. They attempted to force her to give up control of her company and to turn over her membership for no consideration. They just wanted her to walk away. Same exact thing similar thing that Chris Gorman and Ben are or have claimed in their lawsuit is that they want to change stuff. They want to come take stuff, but they don't want to give for what they take. They just want to take. So when you try to force somebody to give something up that they rightfully own and you're not going to give them anything in return, that's called no consideration. Now, this is just one side of the story. This is coming from the perspective of Plastic Palette. Usually what happens in lawsuits, I would say 85 to 95% of the time, you don't get the full picture from just reading one side of the lawsuit. Okay. That doesn't mean that anybody's lying, but obviously when you're in court, you're trying to win. So of course you're going to tell the truth, but you're going to paint it in a way that kind of fits your side. Whereas BAM would probably disagree with this, that they didn't offer her consideration. What I would imagine they would say is, oh, we did offer her consideration. The consideration is we're not going to sue her because we could sue her under the franchise agreement. But the problem is they did sue her. Okay. On information and belief, Briggs and Minifigs conspired with and communicated improperly with third parties, including John Doe's 1, 2, and 3. I'm wondering, is this like Zach Giles, Brandon Best, Josh Johnson? Is it these type of people? Adam Brimhall, rather. So they conspired. Look, conspiracy. This is an allegation. And communicated improperly with third parties in an attempt to undermine and force this old lady out of her company. Although defendants knew that she had invested her life savings of over $120,000 in buying and financing Plastic Palette, they threatened to wipe out her entire investment if she didn't comply with their unreasonable and improper demands. As a result of their actions, she has been damaged in an amount to be determined at trial in the amount of at least $150,000. So now we're up to $650,000 in damages. Let's move forward. Okay. The next claim is intentional infliction of emotional distress. Defendant and its officers and directors and John Doe's 1, 2, and 3. So who are its officers? Ammon, Matt, Reed, Brimhall. Any other officer we don't know about? And directors. I'm assuming that's Reed Brimhall, but I don't know who else is on the board. And John Doe's 1, 2, and 3. I'm starting to get the feeling that these John Doe's 1, 2, and 3 are a store takeover team, like a Josh Johnson, like a Brandon Best, like a perhaps possibly Adam Brimhall, possibly a Zachary Giles. Okay, this is my feeling. It's a feeling. That's not a fact. That I have no proof for this. But because she says officers and directors and instead of like officers, directors, including John Doe's 1, 2, 3, no. Officers, there's officers. That's going to be your Matts, your Ammons, your Reed Brimhalls, Mike Wu or whatever, tech officer. I don't know exactly at times relevant, but that's going to be like CEO, CFO. These are officers. President, vice president, treasurer. These are officers. Directors, these are people that sit on the board of directors, board members, and these other guys. So, and she says John, not John and Jane or Doe's. She said John Doe's. There's 3 guys. So I think this might be some type of takeover team. Intentionally took action. So that would be officers, directors. That'd be Ammon, Matt, Reed, others, including these, and plus these John Doe's, have, quote, intentionally taken actions that they knew would inflict emotional suffering on this plaintiff. She has suffered serious physical complications, ailments, illnesses, extreme nervousness, anxiety, loss of sleep, loss of appetite, unalive ideation, and other serious complications to her already vulnerable and precarious medical condition. As a result, she has suffered emotional damages, and those are in excess of $500,000. So now we're over $1 million in her damages she's claiming. She reserves the right to amend the complaint and seek an award of punitive damages if the evidence obtained during discovery demonstrates such a claim would be viable. Wherefore, she wants the following. On the intentional interference with economic relations, she wants $300,000. Or in an amount to be determined at trial. For her claim of the stuff they stole from her, the assets, she alleges they stole it, she wants an award equal to the value of the inventory and other assets in an amount to be proven at trial, estimated around $200,000, plus she wants interest on that, so $200,000 plus interest per year. On her first claim for financial abuse of a vulnerable person, elder abuse, she's suing them for abuse. She wants $150,000 and treble damages award of $450,000 plus reasonable attorney's fees. On her second claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress, she wants $500,000. She wants reasonable attorney's fees. She wants post-judgment statutory interest on the amounts. Okay, so that was her complaint. And the way that this lawsuit was uploaded to like the Reddit or whatever, it's kind of like out of order. And he does say that. Awkward begets awkward. He does say that. So we have the complaint, and then let's see. Service, proof of service, notice of intent to take default. Let's try that. Notice of intent. I think that's the next thing. Okay. So this was filed a little over a month, about 5 weeks later. You're advised that plaintiff intends to move for a default order against BAM Franchising 10 days after the service of this notice, if y'all don't go ahead and answer this complaint. So they just didn't answer it. BAM just didn't reply in court to this complaint. And they were like, all right, fine, we're about to get a default. Okay, so then what was next was, I think then that's when BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, tried to force arbitration. Motion to compel arbitration. Yeah. An alternative and motion to dismiss. Okay, so let's go motion to compel. So now we're going to get BAM's side of this. Starts on page 120 out of 167. All of this stuff got downloaded as like one document instead of it being all these different ones. So they're not actually in order. So that's why I had to kind of search around. Okay. So defendant's motion. So this is, about 6 weeks after that original filing we just read, that complaint, this is Bricks and Minifigs' motion to compel arbitration. So they want to go to arbitration. Also, alternatively, they want to dismiss. We move this court, they say, to compel these claims to arbitration pursuant to the franchise agreement. And they say, and if you don't want to do that, Your Honor, you could just dismiss this whole complaint. Because the complaint fails to allege ultimate facts sufficient to state claims. Okay. It says this action arises in the context of a routine commercial dispute. This is Bricks and Minifigs' answer. Not officially answer, like that's a legal document, but like this is their response. And their response is, we got to take this out of the courts and go to arbitration. Even though, remember, 1 year ago, bam, Bricks and Minifigs sued this lady in court. They didn't go to arbitration on that. They sued her in court. So I don't know why they want to go to arbitration now when she sued them in court, but whatever. They said, this action arises in the context of a routine commercial dispute. Incident to BAM's lawful termination. So they're saying, look, we just followed the contract. We terminated their franchise agreement and we were allowed to do it. We had a cause, look, for cause and exercise of rights regarding the parties' franchise agreement. Judicial notice may be taken of the fact that plaintiff's voluntary cessation of improper operations following the Okay. The court should compel this poor old lady to arbitration because of the franchise agreement. She agreed she would bring all disputes and claims relating to any provision of the franchise agreement to a mandatory binding arbitration. Importantly, her complaint alleges breach of contract by BAM, incorporates all those alleged breaches into each of her claims, because she alleges that a breach of the franchise agreement underlies each of her claims. Each of the claims is subject to mandatory arbitration. They say, insomuch as Bricks and Minifigs also has several claims it intends to file against plaintiff in an arbitration proceeding, the consolidation into a single arbitration action would promote justice and judicial economy and avoid dueling. So anytime somebody sues BAM, they want to sue back. That's a pattern that I'm learning. I'm noticing. I'm noticing this pattern. When somebody sues them, they want to sue back. Okay, I'm told that tomorrow should be the day for the international shipping, by the way. I just got that update right now. Hold on, I need to send a message. Hold on. Okay. Let's get back to this lawsuit. In the event that any of these claims are not compelled to arbitration, plaintiff's complaint fails to state a claim for relief. So they're saying, look, all this goes to arbitration, and anything that doesn't go to arbitration still can't come to this court because she doesn't actually make any valid claims against us. Factual background. Okay, so here's their version of the story. Plastic Palette and Christina Marie Cooper are former franchisees of Bricks and Minifigs. Now, they supposedly, quote, lawfully terminated her rights as a franchisee for BAM, as acknowledged in her cessation of operations thereafter. So she stopped running the store. She abandoned the store. On or about February 7th, 2024, plaintiffs filed their conclusory complaint. Well, they're fucking shit. Y'all are one to talk about a conclusory complaint. Alleging that Bricks and Minifigs had engaged in intentional interference with economic relations, conversion, financial abuse of an elder or vulnerable person, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Her complaint contains little to no factual detail in support of her claims. She often resorts to reciting legal conclusions as if they are facts rather than alleging specific ultimate facts as required by law. The law, the 9 U.S.C. Section 3 allows the court to compel arbitration upon the showing of an agreement to arbitrate and showing the person's refusal to arbitrate pursuant to the agreement. On a motion to dismiss, the court accepts all well-pled allegations as true. Okay. The argument is the court should compel plaintiff's claims to arbitration. The franchise agreement has a governing arbitration provision that says, as either party elects to enforce this agreement by judicial process, injunction, or specific performance, all disputes and claims relating to the provision shall be settled by mandatory binding arbitration. This arbitration provision shall not apply to any of the following disputes or controversies. Any action for injunctive or other provisional relief. So they kind of build it in here. This is interesting to me because when they want to have a temporary restraining order, when they want a court to force somebody out of their store, they don't have to go to arbitration. That's how this is written. And the franchisor has the power. Look, the arbitration provision is mandatory and binding, except it really doesn't apply to BAM. It only goes one way. Because if they deem it to be necessary or appropriate to compel the franchisee to comply with obligations, then they can go to court. But the people can't sue them back in court. Plaintiffs, this is the lawsuit we're reading right now. So like this lady, Christina, and plastic pallet, this lady's suing for elder abuse. So they're saying that she alleges a breach of contract. So we got to go to arbitration. Federal law favors arbitration. The court should enforce arbitration provisions. Arbitration provisions are valid and enforceable. Plaintiff's claims are subject to the arbitration provision. And even if they're not, you should dismiss her whole case. Then these 3 sections are just kind of like she doesn't give enough factual information to even decide on this, even if it did make it to court. And they say, okay, it should be compelled to arbitration. Now, I think the court granted this. I think the court granted it. How many orders is this? There's too many. What page is this on? Okay. Motion to compel. I don't want the motion. I want the order. Okay. So we're on page 138. This came down on May 14th, 2024. Order. Granting defendant, Bricks and Minifigs, BAM Franchising Inc., motion to compel arbitration. This matter came before the court. Defendant appeared through their counsel, including a lawyer by the name of Philip Cuck. I reviewed the pleadings, and I'm now ordering BAM Franchise Inc. motion to compel arbitration is granted. The case is stayed pending arbitration. Okay, so let me go back up to the table of contents, or the, what would you call this? Case summary page. And the proceedings ended. The end. They went to arbitration, and who knows what happened there. Did BAM pay these lawyers? I think all the lawyers paid. I think all the parties paid for their own lawyers. Now, what happened once they got back into court? What happened once they got back into, arbitration? Your guess is as good as mine. What was decided? Did they settle? Thanks so much to Amber TSW for the 10 jewels and the 6 jewels and the 2 jewels and the Silver Star, hiding and chill. Thank you to Zesty House Mom for the 200 jewels. Thank you to Speedy for the $2 super chat. Look at me. I'm the landlord now. LLC. Thanks so much to Daybreak for the $4.99 super chat. If a case against BAM ever made it to court, could they use this history with past franchisees as evidence? Or would it be suppressed? probably suppressed as a prior bad act, and especially because none of these cases were like fully pled all the way out to like the jury trial state. So I don't think that it would actually be really on point. I don't know that any of these cases have been decided on the merits yet. And thank you for the $4.99. Isn't that the lawyer that is suing Matt? I have no idea. So I guess let's just take a look at the previous lawsuit that Bricks and Minifigs had actually filed against those same people the year before. Just take a browse through there. So again, what's good for, goose ain't good for gander as far as BAM is concerned. They want to be able to do all this stuff, but they don't want other people to be able to do it to them. So look, in September 2023, they sued Plastic Palette and some other people. Her, right? Christina Maria Cooper, we knew her. Plastic Palette, we knew. But then there were some other people, David Allen Thornton and Leah Marie Brown. So they sued in court, not in arbitration. This was filed by Bricks and Minifigs. There's the complaint, proof of service, motion to show cause, order to show cause, declaration of Ammon McNeff. Oh, we're going to have to read that. Declaration of Philip Cuck, John Breyer. Oh, man, what in the hell? All right, so I guess let's read the complaint. There's a lot going on here. Let's see what. Judgment document. The judge dismissed the case. Okay, so the judge dismissed the Bricks and Minifigs case against these people, but then the next year, Christina and Plastic Palette sued Bricks and Minifigs. So let's take a look at the complaint. No, not the answer. No. Yeah, okay. So here is the Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit that they filed against this lady. This is in 2023, September 2023. What do they want? Injunctive relief and specific performance, not subject to mandatory arbitration. BAM is an Oregon company. They own Bricks and Minifigs and operate as the franchisor over all Bricks and Minifigs locations. Plastic Palette is a limited liability company based in Oregon. Its principal place of business is in Canby. And they used to be a franchisee with Bricks and Minifigs. At the time of contracting, David Allen Thornton, Leah Marie Brown, and Christina Marie Cooper collectively were the members and owners of Plastic Palette, and they each owned a third of the company. Well, at the time now, I guess Christina Maria Cooper took 1/3 from somebody else. The court has jurisdiction over this action. Court is the proper venue. And what do they want? Temporary restraining order and preliminary and permanent injunctive relief and declaratory relief in the form of forcing this lady and these people to do stuff. Okay, so here's their allegations in their lawsuit against the Canby, Oregon former franchisees. Bricks and Minifigs says, on or about May 7th, 2017, Bricks and Minifigs and these defendants entered into an enforceable and performed franchise agreement with several additional agreements, including a confidentiality and non-compete agreement. The franchise agreement allows Bricks and Minifigs to terminate the franchisee without a right to cure for certain items. The franchise agreement and associated confidentiality agreement and the non-compete agreement impose on defendants, so in this case the defendants would be Plastic Palette, that Thornton guy, and that the lady who said that she was like getting abused by BAM because she was an old lady, and then that other Lisa Marie lady or whatever. So those defendants, they had certain obligations to perform post-termination and certain activities from which they have to refrain. Okay, cool. So that was in 2017. They signed this agreement all the way back in 2017. Cool. Great. Now, on September 1st, 2023, Bricks and Minifigs terminates the franchise. Why? They have seemingly at least 3 reasons. Number 1, failed to update signage as previously requested. So the lady, you get to lose your life savings because you don't update a sign. Okay, seems fair. Number 2, failed to undo the unlawful assignment of Brown's ownership interest in Plastic Pallet to Cooper. Okay, so let me go back up to these plaintiffs real quick, or excuse me, defendants. Brown is Leah Marie Brown. Thornton is David Allen Thornton. And Cooper is the old lady that sued a year later. So Cooper, Brown, and Thornton are the 3 people getting sued here. Okay, now again, like I said, 1 year later, Plastic Pallet and Cooper would sue back. But these 2, David Allen Thornton and Leah Marie Brown, they're out of it by the next year. Okay. But at the time they signed the franchise agreement, all 3 of them were owners of Plastic Pallet. So Bricks and Minifigs terminated the franchise agreement on September 1st, 2023, because these people didn't update a sign and they failed to undo the unlawful assignment of Brown's ownership interest in Plastic Pallet as previously requested. Okay, here's the crazy thing, all right? I just keep being reminded in my mind that Bricks and Minifigs claims all these franchises are independently owned and operated. So why does it actually matter who owns the company, who operates the business as far as BAM is concerned? Like if somebody's like, okay, look, I'm going to keep running the store, but I don't want to own it anymore. I want to, give my portion of the business to my son for graduation or something. Why, if it's so independently owned and operated, why does BAM think that they get to tell somebody who gets to own the company? Now, that doesn't mean that BAM should be okay with just having a do now actually let anybody and everybody run the store. I'm just talking about ownership. Like, who cares who owns it? Who cares who's getting profit from it? As long as the people you entered into the agreement with, the BAM entered into the agreement with, are still the ones doing the work. Why do they get to say who gets to own the business? Anyway, and the third reason for terminating the franchise agreement is crazy. The craziest of all, I might say. We terminated their franchise agreement because they, quote, exhibited unacceptable behavior and unethical conduct. It created a hostile work environment and disrupted regular operations, including filing frivolous lawsuits against BAM if it did not take in demanded actions. Okay, so saying, I'm going to sue you, Bricks and Minifigs, if you don't start acting right, that is grounds for a franchise termination. If you tell BAM, you tell Bricks and Minifigs, hey, I'm a franchisee and you're looking at about to get sued if you don't start acting right, terminated. So they admit in a court filing that they will retaliate. They will retaliate against you. If you think you're going to sue them, they will retaliate by terminating your franchise agreement. And so people ask, why haven't more people sued Bricks and Minifigs? Why haven't more franchisees spoken out? If it's so bad, why haven't more franchisees said something? Well, Bricks and Minifigs tells you right here with their own mouth. If you threaten to sue them, they will characterize that as creating a hostile work environment. They will characterize it as unacceptable behavior. The only people who are allowed to threaten lawsuits around here are the Bricks and the Minifigs. Okay? Nobody else can threaten to sue them. That's unacceptable and unethical. But when they do it, it's not unacceptable. And when they do it, it's not unethical. When they threaten to sue you, that's not unacceptable and that's not unethical. When you threaten to sue them, that's unacceptable. That's unethical. Give me all your shit. Give me your life savings. Fuck you. I'm taking your business. You've been over there for 6 years. I don't really give a shit. You should have never threatened to sue. They're saying it with their own mouth. It says it right here. They exhibited unacceptable behavior and unethical conduct. They created a hostile work environment and disrupted regular operations by merely threatening to sue. Now, Bricks and Minifigs just said they didn't have any obligation to do the stuff that was being demanded of them. The examples they give here are assuming plastic pallets debts, finding plastic. Okay, so this is another pattern. There's another pattern. So you know how Chris Gorman had a consignment agreement between her and Brian Mansell? In a way, in a sort of way, right? Just not really. I mean, definitely not legally, but I'm just wanting to use this as a concept. In a way, while Chris Gorman had possession of Brian Mansell's Legos, she kind of owed him a debt. Why? Because she was holding his items. Now, if and when she were to turn those items back over to Brian Mansell, she would have no longer been in debt to him. I'm not saying it really was a real debt. I'm just saying, like, if you think of it that way, right? So when the store was taken over, Chris, as we saw on camera, was kicked out of the store. She wasn't allowed to even be in the store anymore. So at that point, she had no ability to give Brian Mansell any of the Legos that were inside the store. She wasn't even allowed in the store. But what do we hear Kai McAllister, or whoever it was on the phone, saying to Chris Gorman on that night, November 14th? She said, look, I have all these consignment things. I need the tickets. If I don't have the tickets, I'm not going to be able to give him back his money he's owed. I'm not going to be able to give him back the Legos. And what did they say at the Bricks and the Minifigs? They said, that's a business thing. And the new owner, Brandon, is going to take on all those he's going to take on those consignments. He's going to take that on. He's going to inherit that sort of debt, right? It's kind of like a debt because it's like, well, we owe him money. That's a debt. Chris is like, I've sold some of his stuff. I need to give him the money for it. And I need the tickets. No, don't worry about it. We're going to take that over. Now, here in this other lawsuit, we're getting told that Plastic Pallet is saying, if you take over our business, you have to assume our debts. That is a normal thing. Anytime anybody buys a business, you take on the assets, but you also take on the liabilities. You don't get to just buy the assets of a business when you take over the whole business. That's a different type of deal. If you're taking over the entire business and its operations, then you have to take over its liabilities as well as its assets. And the liability is a debt, money you have owed out. So Bricks and Minifigs here again in another store in Oregon, in right around the exact same time frame, is saying, we only wanted to take the assets. We did not want to assume her debts. We wanted to take all her shit. We wanted to take her business. We wanted to take the assets inside the store. We wanted to take the cash register. We wanted to take the Legos. We wanted to take the minifigs. We wanted to take everything that she had put all of that into, but she had to still be left holding the bag. She said she had emptied out her entire savings account. $120,000. She said she didn't have any money. They took all of her assets and then still wanted to leave her holding the bag with the debt. And that's exactly what Chris Gorman describes happening to her. They took all of the things that were worth value, but when it came time to also, the other hand washing that first one, as far as taking on the liabilities of the business, no, that's between her and, no. She owes you that money. Chris Gorman owes Brian Mansell that money. We don't owe Brian Mansell that money. But you literally said you owed him that money when Kai McAllister said, the business takes on all those consignments. So it's like they just lie. They just are thieves, in my opinion. Innocent until proven guilty, but I think they like to steal. They get something out of it. That's my opinion. I do think they seek out people who they believe they can take advantage of. That's my opinion. They supposedly did the same thing the last relic. Kai got fired? I didn't know that. Okay. So this lady, this former part owner of the Canby, Oregon location, she had said at first, Bricks and Minifigs said that they were going to help her find a buyer for her business. And then they reneged on that. They said, never mind, we're not going to help you find a buyer anymore. So now Bricks and Minifigs is characterizing that as she thought that we had to give her a buyer. We had to find a buyer for her business, but we didn't have to do that. It's like, maybe y'all didn't have to do that, but if you offered to do it and then reneged or took back your offer to do that, that's a completely different thing. And for an inflated sum. So they did not want to value her business as valuable as it was actually worth. It seems like what she was trying to say. And then they just throw this in here: the assault and battery of an employee in the store. Okay. Oh, she created discord. So this is the reason. There were 3 reasons that Bricks and Minifigs claims they terminated this agreement. Number 1, they didn't update their signs outside the store. Okay. Number 2, failed to undo the unlawful assignment of one of the owner's ownership to the other. Okay, so pretty much there were 3 owners. There were 3 owners: Brown, Thornton, and Cooper. Brown wanted out of the business, so Cooper bought her share. So then there are just 2 owners. Okay, so here's the 2 and here's the 1. Okay, so then it was just Cooper, she owned 2/3, and Thornton, who owned 1/3. Well, Bricks and Minifigs said that was illegal. I was against the law. That was against the law. And then another reason that Bricks and Minifigs claims they terminated the franchise agreement is because of unacceptable behavior and unethical conduct that created a hostile work environment and disrupted regular operations, including threatening to sue if BAM didn't do what it said it would do, and also assault and battery on an employee. Okay. Following the termination, Bricks and Minifigs discovered that the defendants had failed to renew their lease. Well, why would they renew their fucking lease if y'all had terminated their agreement? The landlord was terminating the lease, and they also had unpaid debts due to a supplier. Which supplier was it? Is it one of the ones they're in business with and they get kickbacks from, or is it something different? This is in the amount of approximately $10,000. These newly discovered items also justify termination of the franchise agreement. Following the termination of the franchise agreement, defendants refused to perform or acknowledge their obligations under the franchise agreement and the confidentiality and non-compete provisions and duties post-termination. They continued to operate the store without authorization. They infringed Bricks and Minifigs trademarks. I don't think they even had trademarks registered at that time. Okay, so what did Bricks and Minifigs actually want when they sued? Oh, spilled coffee on me. Wah. What did they actually want when they sued? Breach the implied covenant of good faith, a direct proximate result. Requested injunctive relief, specific performance, other equitable relief. Entitled to award of litigation. So what do they want? A temporary restraining order. Temporary restraining order. They want a preliminary and a permanent injunction or an order of specific performance to be entered in favor of plaintiffs, requiring defendants to comply with all post-termination obligations under the franchise agreement, including non-compete. So these people maybe wanted to start their own Lego store. No solicitation of employees. No diverting of business from Bricks and Minifigs. BAM wanted their legal fees. They wanted attorney fees and other legal equitable relief. Okay. So then Bricks and Minifigs attaches this franchise agreement, and we've seen, what in the heck? What is this? How do I? So we've seen versions of this franchise agreement out and about, but I want to show y'all something specific in this one. I searched for the term consignment, and there were 4 different places it showed up. The first place we already have seen many times. Additional products and services are customizable as a franchise Franchisee may also offer online Lego sales, Lego memorabilia, Lego posters, approved non-Lego toys, consignment services, comma, approved themed entertainment services such as birthday parties, holiday parties, or school events, approved off-site events, after-school project-based programs, blah, 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 blah. Now, this has been a point of contention here, this consignment services, because Ammon and Matt claim that consignment is not allowed. It is expressly prohibited by the franchise agreement and the operating agreement. And it's like, well, if you look up consignment in the franchise and operating agreements, either nothing shows up at all, or it kind of appears that you are allowed to do them. We've seen this before. Same thing here. This is on page 5. This is just attached as an exhibit. Now, Bricks and Minifigs attaches this to their own lawsuit. Okay, they made this public. Same thing here. You know, additional products and services you can offer: Lego sales, memorabilia, posters, approved, consignment services. However, the word consignment appears 2 other places in this particular franchise agreement. I thought this was very important for those who are keeping track. It's on page 38 of this particular version of the franchise agreement between Plastic Palette LLC and Bricks and Minifigs. This apparently was signed in 2017. Franchisee acknowledges and agrees that franchisor, that's Bricks and Minifigs, at all time has the right to access business records of the store. Okay, this is so important. Okay, this is huge. Franchisor, that's BAM, may use, transfer, copy, analyze such business records as it determines in its sole discretion. For purposes of this agreement, business records means the following. Okay, so this is where they define what is a business record. So in and of itself, who cares? Like, why do we care? Well, just wait. What is a business record that BAM has the right to at any time look at? All records, documents, databases, whether print, electronic, or other, including names, addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, and customer purchase records. Consignment or trade-in arrangements. Vendor records and all other records contained in databases created and maintained by the franchisee pertaining to the operation of a Bricks and a Minifigs store, including but not limited to customers, employees, vendors, and other professionals related to the store. Again, for purposes of this agreement, business records means all records, including blah, 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 consignment arrangements. Now, I think I want to start a poll here. Does it appear to you like consignment agreements are prohibited by this franchise agreement? Yes or no? Because that's what Bricks and Minifigs has said. That's what Ammon has said. That's what Matt has said. They have said the franchise agreement explicitly prohibits consignment agreements. Crystal Law should have never done a consignment agreement. Crystal Gorman should have never done a consignment agreement with Brian Mansell because they're not allowed. She broke the policy. She violated the franchise agreement is what they said. She violated the franchise agreement is what Ammon said. Bricks and Minifigs said she's not allowed to do that. But the way I'm looking at this, it's completely allowed and it's considered a business record. A business record means all records, including consignment arrangements. So you tell me, I'm going to put a poll up right here. You tell me, does it look like okay, I'm going to type the question this way. Are consignments expressly forbidden? Prohibited? I'll say forbidden. By this franchise agreement? Because I'm gonna vote no. They're completely allowed. Expected. Considered to be a business record. Vote in the poll. Franchisee may be required to obtain specified POS systems, computers, may be required to use specific software, license to use our software, any of our vendors in accordance with section 12.1 of this agreement, and the operation manual. Franchisee agrees to pay all costs in connection with obtaining the POS system. Again, franchisor's right to audit. Okay, so we see the word consignment come up one more time in this agreement. Franchisor, that's Bricks and Minifigs, or its agents may enter the location at any time to examine or audit the business at any reasonable time without notice. They may examine, inspect, or audit the database and business records, which records will include, but not limited to, payroll records, ledgers, consignment, and or trade-in agreements. Again, please vote in the poll. Does this look like this franchise agreement expressly prohibits consignments? It looks like they're expected, and they're considered to be business records. That's what it looks like to me. But y'all vote in the poll and tell me what it looks like to you. Sales reports, time cards, check stubs, bank deposits, bank statements, merchant account printouts, receipts, sales tax records, and return and other documents. Okay, so they're considering this to be a business record. They're considering this to be something that they should expect. If we come into your store, we have the right to audit all your stuff, and that includes business records, and business records are defined to include consignment or trade-in agreements. So not only are consignment agreements not prohibited by this franchise agreement, they seem to be expected. They'll say they changed it. Thought that was interesting. Okay. So apparently the BAM map has updated some more background context on who these plaintiffs, or I guess defendants and then turned plaintiffs, these former franchisees of the Canby, Oregon store. Let's see what this background info is. Financial abuse of a vulnerable person. Before Kaiser Salem, before Eugene, there was Canby. The brand's original Oregon store was sold in 2017 to a family company called Plastic Pallet LLC. The money came in from Christina Cooper. She was then a 65-year-old woman, in the words of her complaint, in poor health. What happened to her produced the only claim of its kind on any docket that we've seen so far, quote, financial abuse of a vulnerable person. Pleaded under the Oregon statute written to protect the elderly. Her suit demanded $1.4 million in a jury trial, and the front page said not subject to mandatory arbitration and capitals. She never got to the jury. The reason is the same document that put her savings within the company's reach in the first place. And this update publishes the courtroom audio of the half hour in which it happened. Underneath her case runs a second story. Wow. About the same family. For 4 years, the official address where the state of Oregon and anyone suing BAM Franchising would serve the company was the counter of this family's store, because the company's new owners had named Cooper's son-in-law as their registered agent. He says nobody ever told him. Oh. Is that Thornton? Wow. For 4 years, the official address where anybody suing BAM would have to serve in the state of Oregon was this business location, this Canby, Oregon store. And that's because Ammon and Matt McNeff put Cooper's, the vulnerable old lady's son-in-law. So the vulnerable old lady had a daughter. The daughter marries a son. That son, his name was the registered agent for the whole Bricks and Minifigs franchise for 4 years. Wow. In May 2017, BAM Franchising signed a franchise agreement with Plastic Pallet LLC for the right to run the store in Canby. The predecessor claimed that the store had generated $200,000 in profits every year in 2014, 2015, 2016, and that representation is pleaded against the founder-era company. The McNeffs bought Bricks and Minifigs, or bought into it, in 2018, and the three members were one family. They each owned a third of the company. David Allen Thornton, he ran the store. Leah Marie Brown was his wife. And Christina Maria Cooper was the mother-in-law. She's the one that sued because, elder abuse. Now, the son-in-law has put the relationships in his own words and messages reviewed by the BAM map. Former son-in-law and current partner of Christina Cooper. So, former son-in-law and current business partner. She invested her life savings of over $120,000 into the store, and she came to own 2/3 of the company. One schedule of that contract, besides the ending of the story, the agreement makes every owner 10% or more sign a Schedule 5, a personal guarantee. The form's own caption says it's for corporate, partnership, or other entity franchisee. A franchisee that is a company might own nothing that's worth coming to get if you default on your loan. So the form reaches past the company and takes a person. Each signer guarantees the franchisee individually on behalf, absence of, the same contract gives the company a mirror image. God, I hate the way this is written. I hate AI language. The same contract gives the company the mirror image. A section on its side of the deal headed, absence of guarantee. The owners guarantee everything. So basically, put in human language, when you take a loan or when you enter into a business agreement, where there's a big risk on the behalf of one side, or when there's some type of loan, the other side has to issue a personal guarantee. You've probably seen this before when you signed a lease for an apartment in college or something. You want to live somewhere that's kind of expensive, you got to get what's called a guarantor. You have to get somebody else to sign and say, look, if this college student defaults on paying rent, I'll step in and I will be financially responsible for the rent. So when you have a business enter into a lease, what if the business goes bankrupt? Well, that leaves whoever the landlord holding the bag. So you have to personally guarantee it. So you say, okay, my name is David Thornton or whatever. If Plastic Pallet don't pay its rent, then you can come and get the money from me. So that's what these personal guarantees are. No, I don't want to use my nails to scratch my nose. Parents will have to start snatching again. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm reading somebody else's comments here. The makeup brush is not cutting it, but it's because I have really bad allergies right now. I think I'm actually kind of sick. I think I've been sick for a week. I don't feel good. My throat has been hurting. I've been very achy. I think I had fever last night. I have a headache in the back of my head. I just think it's allergies, or it's been raining. I don't know. I really do think it's allergies, but it's makes my nose itch. My eyes have been watering. They've been really scratchy. So I think it's more that. But if I use my nails to scratch my nose, it would hurt. So no. No, I think Jamie's referring not to you. Okay. Anyway, this is why I can't read the chat, because y'all don't know how to act. Okay. Let's see. The company guarantees nothing. Right. So the people who have to guarantee everything are the franchisees. The company itself, BAM Franchising Inc., doesn't guarantee anything. That was 8 days before the date of the franchise agreement itself. Wait, hold on. The company guarantees nothing. All three family members signed, each marked 33.33%. Remember that number. 7 years later, a lawyer says it out loud in a courtroom. Okay. So the new owner's first filing names the son-in-law. Every corporation in Oregon has to have a registered agent. The agent is one person or one entity at one Oregon business address who receives lawsuits and official mail on the company's behalf. The mail from the state, that's who the person who gets it, or the entity that gets it, is the registered agent. So if you want to sue a company, you can serve the company on the registered agent. The long form name is the registered agent for service of process. It is the company's legal front door. I would not agree with this characterization. The legal front door of the company would be the principal place of business, not the registered agent's office, but I see what they're saying. It's the place where you would go and serve a lawsuit. It's a lawyer at a Salem office who signed his own filings as agent. But on May 21st, what a date, 2019, the new owners filed their first annual report. One filing, but there were two changes. At the top of the company, the officers then became Ammon McNeff and Matthew McNeff. And on the agent line, a lawyer came off and they replaced that agent with David Thornton and used still the address of the Canby store. This looks like maybe they were trying to avoid a lawsuit. So if you want to serve them, if you want to serve let's say you want to sue the Canby, Oregon store. Let's say you slip and fall in that store. Even after this Thornton guy no longer was like an owner, his franchise agreement was terminated. Instead of taking the lawyer that he had as the registered agent off and putting Ammon there or putting LMRA there or putting Legally Mine there or putting Matt there, they took over the store. They put David Thornton. So they took the store away from him, sued him. And if anybody wanted to sue the Canby, Oregon store, which incidentally, David Thornton's mother-in-law did do the very next year, or the very next year after they sued her, but it looks like, okay, look, at the top of the company, the officers became Ammon McNeff and Matthew McNeff. Ammon was president of the Canby, Oregon store, and Matthew McNeff was the secretary. But on the registered agent for service of process line, they took the lawyer off and they replaced it, not with LMRA, not with Ammon, not with Matt, with the previous owner of the store, David. The franchisor's legal front door was now the counter of its own franchisee. I don't know what the fuck that sentence is supposed to say. This was not a stale address rolling forward. This is the same form that lists the... Here's what's important to me. It's not like they just left it. It's not like, oh, oopsie, they forgot to change it. They did change it. They changed the registered agent for service of process from a lawyer to the former owner, but they had terminated that former owner's franchise agreement. The state's form contains one sentence built for this moment. If the registered agent has changed, the new agent has consented to being appointed as the new registered agent. Matthew McNeff signed this filing just above the form's warning that making false statements in this document is against the law and may be penalized by fines or imprisonment, or both. Now, David Thornton did not agree via signature to be the registered agent. It stayed that way for more than 4 years. Matt McNeff signed the filings that kept this previous owner listed as the registered agent in 2020 and 2021, and a company office manager signed it in 2022. No filing in the whole window carries David Thornton, the previous owner, as consenting to this. Twice in those years, the corporation missed the paperwork filing and the company was administratively dissolved by the state, once in the summer of 2020 and again in 2023 at the worst possible moment. The next sections are about that moment. So David Thornton learned of all this. Oh, this is drama. This is good. Thank you, Upset Warthog, for the 10-pound super chat. The agreement hasn't been changed. Remember y'all were saying maybe they changed that part of the agreement? No, it still says that about consignments. He said, I have the 2023, 2024, 2025 versions, and all of them contain exactly the same wording. BAM hasn't put forward any evidence they were forbidden. Only their lying word. I mean, you didn't say that. I'm taking a little bit of liberties. Thank you so much. What were they hoping for? Indeed. Y'all, we got some exclusive drama from the BAM map. They done reached out to this man, or somebody did. Look. David Thornton just learned about this registered agent nonsense last month, less than a month ago, July 9th, 2026, when a researcher showed him that 2019 filing. What follows are his messages from that night, exactly as sent with the timestamps attached. The questions he was answering, and every other participant, are withheld to protect sources. The line above each message says what he had just been told or shown or asked. So somebody reached out to him, a researcher. It wasn't me. This is all news to me right now. I'm learning of it right now with y'all. So somebody showed him the May 2019 filing that shows that he was updated as the registered agent for the Canby store. He said, "Whoa, what the feep? It definitely looks like I was a registered agent, according to that document, but I assure you, I have no idea why my name is on that. I have never been employed by BAM Franchising. If they were using me as a registered agent, it was without my knowledge. Can I ask where this document came from? Thank you." Okay. So 3 minutes later, he was pointed to the state's registry. Oh, sorry, excuse me. The state registry's entry for Bricks and Minifigs franchising. He said, "I never consented to that appointment and never acted as their agent. Thank you for sharing this with me. I'm very curious. Looks like something done without my knowledge during the BAM franchising ownership change. My mind is blown." Now, about 8 or so minutes later, in an aside, told that he had been warned about the company. "Did you tell me? I don't recall." He was asked whether mail addressed to BAM Franchising ever arrived at his store. He said, "Well, this is interesting. This is some good info." He said, "Well, my location," remember, he was a franchise owner and he had his franchise agreement terminated. He said, "My location was the previous Bricks and Minifigs corporate headquarters prior to my owning the franchise location. So yes, stray mail would show up from time to time, but nothing consistent, nothing legal that I can recall, typically just junk mail because we were still on mailing lists." Okay, somebody said, "Did you open any of that mail?" He said, "No." "What did you do with the mail?" "What did I say I did something with it?" The question is repeated. He said, "I don't know. I guess I might send a picture to corporate and ask them if they wanted it, unless it was just blatantly junk mail. I had no idea they had me listed as their registered agent. There were definitely mail pieces forwarded, but maybe like twice a year or so, so it really did appear as stray mail." Then he was asked whether he still had those photos. He said, "Doubt it." He was asked whether the photos he took and sent would somehow still be there. He said, "Definitely not if I did it on Slack." He was asked who he sent the stray pieces of mail to, and he said, "There might be stray photos randomly in my photo backup somewhere, but I don't save every photo I ever take. The corporate headquarters is supposed to be in Utah." So he was like, I guess if I did send anything to anywhere, I sent it over there to Utah where the corporate headquarters is. I just thought, maybe, oops, I'm still, this used to be the corporate headquarters. Remember I told y'all that Canby, Oregon was the second store ever of Bricks and Minifigs, and it was one of the co-founders of the company. The original co-founder of the company owned that location. So it ended up being the sort of like corporate headquarters of Bricks and Minifigs for a while. And it appears as though even after Dan, Ammon, and what's his name, Matt, took over the company and its operations and stuff, they still kept using this Canby, Oregon location as the corporate headquarters address for at least some time. And then if there would be some mail that would go over there, this guy David Thornton, who was the franchise owner from one of the franchise owners right there at Canby from 2017 to like 2022, it seems, or maybe 2023. 2017 to 2023, he would sometimes get like corporate mail, but he's like, it used to be the corporate headquarters, so I just chalked it up to that. Asked how his name could have ended up on the filing, he said, my guess is they might have asked me in a casual way, "Hey, if any mail shows up, can you just forward it to us?" This is exactly what I did do as a courtesy to John Masick when he was the CEO. And when I said yes, they assigned me and my address as their agent, I guess. But he did not know that they had done that. His most company-friendly account of what happened, he said, "Yeah, I agreed to forwarding mail. I did not agree to be the registered agent." The mail describes forwarding and maybe okay, the termination. Okay, so by 2022, the 5-year term was running out. The family was fighting amongst themselves. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. The elderly woman's complaint alleges that Bricks and Minifigs began interfering with the internal management of her company. Right? Remember, we read that. She said Bricks and Minifigs began interfering with the internal management of Plastic Palette around the summer of 2022, and that it, quote, attempted to force certain members to give up membership and control. And it worked on the landlord with an aim toward causing a termination of the lease. Those are allegations. No court ever ruled on them that we know of, and Bricks and Minifigs' side is set out below. One registry fact sat underneath the whole fight. The company's designated recipient of legal process was still the man on the other side of it. On September 1st, 2023, Bricks and Minifigs counsel at Denton's sent that termination letter, September 1st, 2023. The letter itself is later filed by Bricks and Minifigs as Exhibit 2 to its own complaint. It ends the franchise effective immediately. It exercises BAM's right of first refusal over the store's assets, and it states the price formula the contract had fixed years earlier. 5 years straight line depreciation, 10% of the original cost for anything, and 0 for anything displaying the Bricks and Minifigs marks. The formula runs backwards. The letter gave the family until 6 p.m. the next day to produce a complete inventory, and it attached a condition. Bricks and Minifigs' purchase of the assets will include a global release to all claims against Bricks and Minifigs. So if we buy your assets from you, you can't never sue us. You only demand a release from someone who has claims. Take the formula price and every claim of this story gets signed away. One more fact rides on the date, September 1st, 2023, the day the letter went out. Oh, BAM Franchising's corporation was dissolved and had been since June 29th. The company terminating the family's franchise was on the state's own books that day, not in good standing. The cure came 5 days later. 5 days later, Oregon law treats this cure as retroactive. Fire the agent, then sue him. The cure did 2 jobs. The reinstatement of BAM, filed on September 6th, restored the corporation to active status. The same filing removed David as registered agent and then put in a commercial agent in his place. Okay, so previously I had misunderstood the timeline. Sorry, there's like so much stuff going on with these like 2023, 2024. So I had misunderstood the timeline previously. I said that David Thornton had remained as the registered agent on this filing even after his franchise agreement was terminated. That's apparently not true. They did take him off once his franchise agreement was terminated. So, for the 4 years that he was the registered agent, he actually was still a co-owner of the actual store. They gave them a day or less. Yeah, it looked like less than a day for the inventory. Oh, court audio and update. Okay, cool. Thank you so much to Rose Investigates for the $2 super chat updates. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Court audio and update on Plastic Palette. Cool. I'm taking a look at that now. Thanks so much to M. Marie for the $4.99. I love your live format. I'm happy to have joined your ebb and flow jives with mine. Thank you. Thanks so much to Shauna for the jewels. Thank you to Shauna for the jewels again. Thank you, Kitty, for the $5. I'm like 30 minutes behind, but speaking of inheriting debt, that's what the police kept saying with Ben, that Joshua Johnson had inherited the store. Yeah, it is. Isn't that interesting? "17 days after that notice, with its injunction motion still undecided, Bricks and Minifigs took the store. The complaint states, under penalty of perjury, on or about October 30th, BAM took possession of all assets of Plastic Palette. Despite repeated demands, Bricks and Minifigs failed and refused to provide an inventory or valuation of the assets." And apparently this is just what they do. "Refused to disclose the location of the inventory and continued using other assets. Refused to purchase or liquidate the assets. No inventory, no valuation, no location, no payment. The one ruling the docket records on the injunction came in January 2024, and it was denied. Months later, at the hearing published below, her lawyer compressed the event into 3 sentences for the judge. They took everything, and now they've apparently stored it somewhere. They never told the plaintiffs where their property is. They never offered to give it back. Okay, I'm going to run to take a bathroom break real quick, and we're going to listen to the court hearing after I get back. Okay, hold on. All right, we'll listen to it in a few moments when I get back. Okay. Oh, man. I do not feel good. I'm going to take my earrings off. Spirit Warrior said, at first I thought Ben just stumbled into a one-off kind of crazy situation, but seems to be more of a pattern overall with Bricks and Minifigs. I would love to find out if police were involved in the other ones. Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's why they were so aggressive with putting him behind bars, because they really did not want people looking into this. Let's get to 500 likes before I come back, please. Okay. All right.
But that was based price. All of those things I would price. All of those.
Is there like a player somewhere that I can do? Because how am I going to pause and stuff?
I would think, well, those are obligations. Again, that's the key word. Obligations of theirs under these provisions, specifications, standards, and operating procedure. But
this isn't going to work. Okay, I really wish I had the full. Do you have the full recording somewhere? It's like these random little hear it. There's no pause button. Oh, here we go. Here's the hearing in full. The complete audio is here. Okay, we'll listen to that. Okay, so let me just read through this, what they think is important here. All right, cool. So for one, Briggs and Minifigs took everything, according to these plaintiffs. They now apparently stored it somewhere, and they never told the plaintiffs where the property is. They never offered to give it back. So they took inventory. This is what Chris Gorman and Ben Gorman have claimed happened. This is what I believe Last Relic claimed happened. This is what now the third former franchisee is claiming has happened as well, where Bricks and Minifigs shows up, steals their shit, don't give them any value for it, doesn't even give them an inventory of like, okay, this is what we took and this is how much it was worth. They just like, okay, this is ours now, thanks, legally mine, thanks.
price. All of those things, I would think, well, those are obligations. Again, that's the key word. Obligations of theirs under these provisions, specifications, standards, and operating procedure. But
Okay, shout out to Lust, raid in the chat. People coming over from Lust channel. Shout out to y'all. Readers of this site, the BAM app, have seen this before. A consignor's letter to the Lego chief executive quoted in the Salem franchisee's own lawsuit. So this is Chris and Ben Gorman. They allege, quote, a pattern up here in Oregon of seizing stores to steal assets. This is the Kaiser and supposedly Canby locations. That letter is one interested party's assertion. The Canby franchisee's sworn complaint is a total other assertion, independent of the first, describing the same event at the same store in the same season. Each remains just an allegation, but it isn't just one, it's two allegations at this point from two different people. Sold 5 days before she sued. Bricks and Minifigs' own audited financial statements record what happened to the store next, supposedly. I don't know if we could believe anything in those statements. It says, on February 2nd, 2024, Bricks and Minifigs sold Bricks and Minifigs Canby to an outside party. The purchase price was $150,000, and the transaction resulted in a gain of $56,000. Well, $56,171. 4 days after that sale, Bricks and Minifigs' own lawsuit ended in a general judgment of dismissal. The docket ties the dismissal to a settlement, and the terms are not public. But the settlement did not resolve the family's claims, because the next day, February 7th, Plastic Pallet and Maria Cooper, whatever her name was, Maria Cooper, Carol, what was her name? Forgot. They sued in that $1.4 million lawsuit, and we looked at that earlier. Among other things, the lawsuit demanded to know where her inventory was. By the company's own books, the store had been sold 5 days before she asked for her money, for her inventory. One more registry detail, the assets carried a security interest filed December 2022 by the store's founding era sellers that the registry never shows was released. The claim the statute was written for. Oregon's elder abuse statute gives a civil action against anyone who wrongfully takes the money or property of a vulnerable person. There's also treble damages, which is like triple damages. Cooper's complaint pleads it directly. So this is when she sued Bricks and Minifigs. This is the first lawsuit we read today. Plaintiff Cooper is over the age of 65, in poor health, extremely vulnerable physically, emotionally. She's a vulnerable person under the law. Bricks and Minifigs and the other defendants are and were aware of this at all times, according to her lawsuit. It alleges that Bricks and Minifigs attempted to force her to give up control and to turn over her membership in the Plastic Pallet Company for no reason. For no consideration. And although the defendants knew that Cooper had invested her life savings in buying and financing Plastic Pallet, they threatened to wipe out her entire investment if she didn't comply. The emotional distress count describes the toll in her own words: extreme nervousness, anxiety, loss of sleep, loss of appetite, suicide, ideation, and other serious complications. And she's already vulnerable and precarious in her medical condition. She demanded a bunch of money. We already read this. Oregon Chief Law Officer has been notified about this twice. Then there's the guarantee. Bricks and Minifigs did not answer the complaint at first. So on March 14th, 2024, the plaintiffs filed a notice that they were going to try to get a default judgment. 8 days later, Bricks and Minifigs made its first filing in the case, a motion to compel arbitration aimed at the jury demand on the complainant's first page. The judge heard the motion April 25th, so about a month and a little bit more than a month later. This site has obtained the court's own audio of that hearing and publishes it in full below. We are going to listen to that when we're done reading this part. It's 29 minutes long. It records the participants' own voices. Exactly how the elder abuse claim ever pleaded against the company and left the public courts. In the participants' own voices, exactly how the only elder abuse claim ever pleaded against this company left the public courts. 10 minutes in, Bricks and Minifigs' own lawyer could not say whether the old lady had even signed a guarantee. They asked about her individual status, and he told the judge, I'm not recalling on top of my head whether she's a personal guarantor on the franchise agreement or not. The judge asked the question the whole motion turned on. He said, quote, or she, the judge, quote, how do I enforce an arbitration provision against a person who is not party to the agreement? Cooper never signed the franchise agreement. Her company did. Her lawyer objected in the plainest terms, and an elder abuse claim should not be compelled into arbitration no matter what they signed 6 years ago when they were starting out to buy a franchise. Briggs and Minifigs counsel produced the document he had not been able to recall, and it was Schedule 5, page 84 of Exhibit 1 to the declaration. That's the individual guarantee that the lady did execute. The guarantee's survival sentence carried arbitration past the I mean, she'll be heard. She'd just be heard in arbitration, right? Her lawyer's answer was that the last argument available, she has the right to stand up in court and say, I want my rights protected. The ruling came when the judge said, I'm going to grant the motion. So we have the audio of the hearing. Let's take a listen.
Hear me. Court's calling the matter of Plastic Palette LLC and Christina Marie Cooper versus BAM Franchising Inc. John Doe's 1, 2, and 3. Case number is 24CV069.
See if I can download.
Hear me. Court's calling the matter of Plastic CV06902. It's time and place set for a hearing on a motion to dismiss or compel arbitration. Mr. Green is here on behalf of the plaintiffs. I think we have Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Cuck on behalf.
Not Mr. Cunningham, not Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Cuck, for representing Briggs and Minifigs. Okay, so what we're listening to here is the hearing where Briggs and Minifigs was trying to force arbitration, and the parties were saying, no, we don't want to force arbitration. We want to go to court. We want to go to full out court. And this is the hearing where the judge decides on that.
The defendants, and let's see here, who's going to be taking the lead from the defendants?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cunningham, you have the floor. Thank you. I've had a chance to review the pleadings and documents.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to focus on the motion to compel arbitration because that's where this case should be decided, certainly this motion before you today. And the reason for that is that plaintiffs' own allegations show that each claim in the complaint relates to provisions of the franchise agreement or to any other obligation of the franchisor. That's why you should compel arbitration. I want to talk about the allegations of the complaint. I want to talk about the arbitration clause and the applicable law, and then I want to kind of go back and merge those two things together. The most important document before you today, Your Honor, is the complaint. And starting right off the top with paragraph 4 of the complaint, the very first material.
I already don't like his attitude. He's just a little bit too wound up for me.
After the complaint identifies the parties, reads, on or about May 15th, 2017, BAM entered into a franchise agreement with Plastic Palette, the agreement. Now it goes on from there. That immediately orients the court to the key allegation that this complaint arises from a May 15th, 2017 franchise agreement. Mm-hmm. Moving forward, next paragraph, paragraph 5, first sentence. BAM has violated the agreement in numerous ways. It has also committed elder financial abuse, interference with contract and intentional infliction of emotional suffering. And then I'm going to move on a little bit, still in paragraph 5. It falsely accused Plastic Palette of breaches of the agreement and threatened to terminate the agreement without adequate notice. It unreasonably withheld its consent to transfer of the membership in Plastic Palette, and it threatened to and did terminate the agreement and destroy any equity in the business. That's paragraph 5. Paragraph 6, Your Honor, reads, on information and belief, BAM has conspired with John Doe's 1, 2, and 3 to terminate the agreement.
So just to remind you, the person speaking right now is a lawyer on the behalf of Briggs and Minifigs.
Now, After that, we immediately jump into the claims, and we'll talk about the claims. But what's important to know from the beginning of this complaint is there are 3 key allegations in 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
The parties have a franchise agreement. BAM has allegedly violated the agreement in numerous ways, and then BAM threatened to terminate that agreement.
Right.
Those are in 4, 5, and 6.
Uh-huh.
Now, importantly, each of the causes of action in the complaint incorporate 1 through 6. Again, we'll talk about that later, but that's the framing here. So turning to the arbitration provision, Your Honor, the full arbitration provision is provided in our motion, and there's no dispute about the content of that provision. But for our purposes today, I want to focus on the fact that the arbitration clause provides that all disputes and claims relating to any provision hereof, any specification, standard, or operating procedure, or any other obligation of franchisee prescribed by franchisor, or any obligation of franchisor or the breach thereof, shall be settled by mandatory binding arbitration. Now, there's no dispute about the language of that clause. We've got some disputes about applicability. That's why we're here. But everyone agrees that's what it says. Everyone agrees that's a clause in an agreement between the parties. So all disputes and claims relating to the franchise agreement, relating to any obligation of franchisor, and relating to the breach of those go.
Okay, I'm bored. I want to look at the Ammon McNeff. Declaration here in the same lawsuit. Okay, I just searched Ammon in this lawsuit, package of legal filings in this lawsuit. This specific document is a declaration of S. Ward Green, Bricks and Minifigs versus Plastic Pallets. So this is not the same exact lawsuit. This is the one that came before it. Bricks and Minifigs versus Plastic Pallet. One of the attorneys representing Plastic Pallet made this declaration. They attached as Exhibit 1 a true copy of an email sent November 2022 by Ammon McNeff. Attached as Exhibit 2 is a true copy of the letter. So we got an email from Ammon. We got a letter from Ammon to David Thornton and John Byer, dated 2 employees of Plastic Pallet. Exhibit 3 is an email sent by the lawyer to Ammon. Attaches a notice of default. Attached Exhibit 5 is the notice of deposition, which was served on Bricks and Minifigs. The date and time were agreed upon by counsel. Exhibit 6 is another email to Bricks and Minifigs attorney demanding mediation, stating, among other things, my clients were requesting their consent to restore the membership to its previous status. Okay, let's see these exhibits. Can be unit plan of action. I've been asked to memorialize the plan. Okay, so is this the Ammon McNeff email? So John Byer was going to be the new. Okay, so this is a letter from Ammon McNeff. Jesus Christ. Ammon says, I've been asked to memorialize the plan we will be proceeding with so that we can all proceed with a full understanding of the plan for helping transition the Canby store in an effort to minimize potential operational disruption due to actions of some of the current owners. Step 1, confirm with members of Plastic Pallet LLC this plan of action. Step 2, determine the date we plan to execute the plan of action. Step 3, ensure all agreements, account transfers are in place before this execution date, and then execute the plan of action. Below is the outline to be implemented and executed. Due to the fractured business relationship, amongst the owners, what is PPLCC? The Plastic Pallet. Due to the fractured business relationship of the owners of Plastic Pallet, it has been determined that a continuing working relationship is not possible. Due to the different and opposing directions held by different members of the LLC, accordingly, BAM Franchising Inc. has attempted to mitigate and mediate various solutions, but the parties are not able to fully agree on a viable solution. Due to this scenario, Bricks and Minifigs has suggested not entering into legal mediation in order to pursue its own solely approved solution. This will avoid unnecessary legal fees as budgets between parties are tight. We at Bricks and Minifigs recognize that this solution does not give We at Bricks and Minifigs recognize that this solution does not give anyone everything they want, but it is the solution that's in the best interest of the continuing operations of the Canby unit and is therefore the only solution Bricks and Minifigs is willing to entertain. This is an accept it or leave it proposition, Ammon says. But by leaving it, that will result in the complete loss of that party's rights and options under the plan. It should be known that the only party capable of enacting any solution in this scenario is Bricks and Minifigs, because Plastic Palette only has a temporary month-to-month franchise agreement, which can be terminated at any given moment. God damn, these people are relentless. They are vicious and evil. In light of the fractured ownership of Plastic Palette and the authority held by Bricks and Minifigs, we'll be proceeding with the following plan of action. And this is a take it or leave it. And if you leave it, you're going to give up all your rights you ever had. Oh my God. Bricks and Minifigs plans to terminate the franchise agreement with Plastic Palette, but we also plan to keep operating the units as a corporate unit, as it is granted to do under the rights of the franchise agreement. In accordance with the franchise agreement, Ammon says, we are going to be taking possession or / purchasing the assets of the franchise, including the fixtures, the inventory, and the lease. Interesting. The lease, they're considering the lease an asset. The purchase price will be determined by the franchise agreement schedules outlining these procedures. A due diligence visit / report will be generated by a Bricks and Minifigs agent who will be given full access to the unit. This is kind of what Brandon Best did, I think. He went in there and he did the inventory report. Bricks and Minifigs will be taking over the debt payments and the note still outstanding to John Masick. So this was John Masick's store, I guess, and then they were actually paying John Masick for the store. And it appears as though these franchisees did make some payments to him. So then BAM wants to swoop in now and be like, oh, we'll take it now. And so really they're getting it for a lot cheaper than they otherwise would have had to purchase it from John Masick. Now remember, John Masick is an original founder of Bricks and Minifigs. Him and this other guy named David Ortiz. So this is like his store. This is the second store that ever existed of Bricks and Minifigs. We've discussed this option. He recognizes the authority the franchise agreement has over this process. He agreed to the transfer of the note. This takeover of debt may be used to offset a portion of the inventory asset reacquisition costs. Bricks and Minifigs may consider taking over additional debts, Otherwise, you're going to have to pay all the remaining debt, even though we're going to take all your assets. After validating the inventory fixtures depreciation, Bricks and Minifigs will determine overall value to reacquire the assets and will pay up to 50%. Golly, these people freaking suck. So they're going to do their own evaluation and their own valuation of the business, and then they're going to decide how much it's worth, and then they're only going to pay up to 50% of what it's worth. Jesus, these people need to be exposed. This payment will be made to Plastic Palette and its members. And remember, they got sued for this because they never actually did this. They even said they were going to do it and they didn't do it. They said they were going to do it and they didn't do it. According to the lawsuit, they got sued. This payment will be made to Plastic Palette, and the members of that LLC will need to determine the appropriate distributions of the payments by the members of the LLC. So see, this is fucked up too, excuse my language, because Bricks and Minifigs is like, we'll give the money to Plastic Palette LLC, but then y'all have to fight amongst yourself over the money of how much each person gets. But Bricks and Minifigs is also acknowledging that there is already an internal battle going on. So it's like, that's not going to be fair for everybody either. And Bricks and Minifigs has acknowledged knowing it, because it's like, oh, well, here's some money. Y'all can fight over that. Gotta go by. He said, we can make recommendations, but we don't have authority over matters like that. We can make recommendations, but we might refrain from making a recommendation because they don't want to get drawn into a potential legal disagreement. Under this arrangement, all members of Plastic Palette will be required to sign the appropriate post-termination agreements, including NDAs. So if you don't agree to sign an NDA, you don't get paid out under the franchise agreement. Non-compete or reaffirmation of those. The alternative is for us to proceed with the termination, cause John Masick to repossess the unit. Plastic Palette members get nothing and are stuck with the outstanding debts. This is a threat. This is a threat, in my opinion. He's like, all right, you're going to take our valuation. You're going to take the 50% or less that we decide we want to give you. Then y'all can fight over how much you get each individually amongst yourselves. Not our problem. And if you don't do that, you're going to lose all your rights under the agreement. And also, we're going to terminate your lease. We're going to put the old owner back in. And you're going to get nothing and still owe the money. So it's up to you. Take it or leave it. After this plan is completed, Bricks and Minifigs intends to operate. Jesus Christ, they are sinister. After we do this plan, it's happening whether you like it or not. And after we do it, we're taking that. We want that store. We're going to operate it as a corporate store. We're going to retain the current employees. So this is interesting because the franchise agreement does not allow Bricks and Minifigs franchisees to take the employees when they leave. But Bricks and Minifigs can terminate your shit and keep your employees, and there's nothing that prohibits that. These are super one-sided agreements. After the plan is in place, we will operate the Canby store under a newly formed LLC as a corporate store, retaining the current employees until such a time as we get tired of them. Verified and approved buyer will then be in a position to to pay for the repurchase of the assets and expenses incurred in the rescue. Rescue the store.
He sent us over there to rescue the store. Ammon told Josh Johnson to go to rescue the store.
Rescue the store. From what? The store was operating. What did it need to be rescued from? They took the store from these people and made it a corporate store. Currently, the plan is to proceed with John Byer as the new franchisee. Once funding has been acquired and is in place, he plans to work with David Thornton to arrange potential partnership plan and reintroduce David when the time is appropriate. Bricks and Minifigs will remain neutral in this plan. Y'all ain't freaking neutral. You're saying you're going to terminate this and that if people don't do what you say. Other than the same way they remain neutral with Brandon Best, that's how they remain neutral here. Dear David Thornton and John Byer, this is also Ammon. Thank you for your patience as we've navigated through a complex series of twists and turns regarding the Canby store transition. With every new twist and turn in this saga, we've had to seek more and more guidance and lawyers regarding how to handle the ever-evolving circumstances. November 25th, 2022, BAM Franchising sent communication outlining the steps we were going to take place in the Canby store ownership. We completed step 1. Step 2 became ambiguous, but is now complete with the writing of this document. Step 3 and 4 are pending. Please see the communication from November 2022 as a refresher for the details surrounding the Canby unit plan of action. Based on shifting details and upon advice from our lawyers, it has taken longer to finalize details on the implementation of this plan. In line with the end-of-year inventory requirement, David Thornton and John Byer are to quickly and thoroughly conduct a full inventory evaluation and furnish to BAM Franchising the following. Number 1, full inventory count with actual or estimated inventory, a full list of store fixtures and assets with associated value for those fixtures, actual or estimated, subject to verification based on the initial purchase price with documented receipts. So if you don't have receipts for the shit, fuck you. And subject to the depreciation schedule as outlined in this franchise agreement. So it'll basically be worth nothing. This inventory process should be completed no later than January 2nd, 2023. It is anticipated that within 72 business hours of submission of that document, which would be the inventory, how much everything in the store is worth, an agent acting on the behalf of Bricks and Minifigs will conduct a verification and due diligence evaluation on site with full access to the store and records. After this evaluation, an analysis will be conducted by Bricks and Minifigs, BAM Franchising, to determine the purchase price of the asset. So, Bricks and Minifigs gets final say on how much they think it's worth and how much they want to pay. Anticipated to be conducted no later than January 11th. When these steps are concluded, BAM Franchising Inc. will supply a purchase agreement and associated documents to Plastic Pallet LLC to complete. Okay, anticipated to be ready for signing. And remember, when they sign this purchase agreement, they have to agree to hold harm. They have to agree to release all their claims against Bricks and Minifigs. That's one of the obligations and requirements. So for this to move forward and they don't have a say in it, they have to sign this thing, a purchase agreement, to get any money at all back from Bricks and Minifigs. But if they do, even if they get $1 back in this purchase agreement, they can never disparage, they can never compete, or for a while they have to sign a non-compete, and they have to agree they can never sue Bricks and Minifigs. This is crazy. At that point, Plastic Pallet franchise agreement will be terminated, and the members will be responsible for determining the appropriate course of action for its own dissolution, membership withdrawal, and other actions. Failure to proceed with the steps above will result in BAM Franchising's immediate termination of the current month-to-month arrangement. That will trigger a clawback clause of the assets into the ownership of Cerebral Plastics LLC. This will result in the total loss. Like, my eyes are watering just thinking about if I was the person reading this. Like, it would be so overwhelming. Like, what? Basically, they get to do everything. They get to decide everything. You have to sit there, shut up, and eat your food and just hope for the best. You have to agree not to ever sue them. You have to agree not to ever talk bad about them. And if you don't do every single thing they say, this so-called clawback clause of the assets into the ownership of Cerebral Plastics will happen, which will result in the total loss of potential value by the people that currently had owned the store. Ammon McNeff had no problem, this fucking psychopath, sending this letter out. Okay. He also sent this letter January 16th, 2023. Notice of default to Plastic Pallet. The law firm Denton's has been retained by BAM Franchising. We have included each of you. We're unsure if Mr. Green is representing da-da-da. Please consider this letter a formal written notice of default and or material breach of the franchise agreement. It's subject to an immediate termination. We are going to terminate your franchise agreement. We will effectuate this termination at 5 p.m. on January 20th, 2023, unless terms of your continued operation are mutually agreed to in writing within 5 days of this letter. Your defaults and material breaches are summarized below. Number 1. You are in default of Section 23C because you have failed or refused on more than 3 occasions to submit financial statements, tax returns, or to pay when due royalty fees or other payments due to franchisor. You have operated in a manner that presents safety, health, and environmental hazard to customers in violation of state health laws enacted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Attempted to assign the franchise without prior written consent. Failed to timely update signage. Exhibited a so-called reckless disregard for the physical and or mental well-being of Bricks and Minifigs. A corporation has mental well-being? Okay. Including unacceptable behavior as determined by BAM's discretion. And this is where you get that weird culty kind of totalitarian dictatorship type of feeling here. It's like you exhibited a reckless disregard for the mental and physical well-being of BAM as determined by BAM. So just one day, Bricks and Minifigs can wake up and say, I don't like how you said that. Your franchise agreement is terminated. Bye. engaged in unethical conduct. Are they going to say what the unethical conduct is? Attempted or planned to file for bankruptcy. This is the real problem. I've been wondering what's their issue. This is it. They don't want you to file for bankruptcy because then all your creditors get to be in line to try to get your assets. He don't want you filing for bankruptcy. They want to come in and steal all your shit first. That's what it looks like to me. You have materially breached several other sections of the franchise agreement that likewise warrants termination and or non-renewal of your agreement because you have failed to provide BAM with written notice of your election to renew. You're in default of multiple other provisions, but they don't list what they are. Failed to operate the business to BAM's satisfaction. Again, based on what? They could just wake up one day and decide you're not satisfactory. Failed to meet current standards of new franchisees. Failed to timely meet monetary obligations on multiple occasions during the previous term. But we're not in the previous term. So they're retroactively picking stuff from a term that doesn't even exist anymore. Failed to comply with BAM's current qualification and training requirements. Failed to upgrade signage. Violated state law during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, when was this letter sent? 2020 freaking 3, 2 years later. COVID-19 happened in 2020 and 2021. This is 2020 freaking 3. So at any time, there's no statute of limitations. Oh yeah, remember back in COVID, there was somebody in your store one time, they took their mask off for 5 minutes, your franchise agreement and all your life savings are gone. So it looks to me like Ammon McNeff is very comfortable and accustomed to taking and stealing people's life savings, will look like to me. Just my opinion. It's not a fact. We're definitely going to find it out in court. These contracts seem unconscionable to me. Yeah, seriously. Thank you so much, Hippo Squatamus, for the $5 super chat. I don't care what anyone says. Corporations and their agreements will always feel like some sort of weird slavery wrapped up in feigned assistance. It does look like indentured servitude or something. And yeah, where are BAM's receipts? Where's their proof for any of this? They just say shit and put it in letters and threaten people. They never have any proof. They never have any proof. Failed to maintain high standards of business activities and created a hostile work environment. How did they create the hostile work environment, y'all? By telling Bricks and Minifigs they might have to sue them. Published harmful information about the store, God forbid. Attempted to sell a sign without proper notice to BAM, thereby jeopardizing store goodwill. Conducted media interviews. Ooh, I want to hear those. That harmed the brand goodwill. Failed to comply with the law. Just vague. Failed to promptly pay debts. Disrupted regular operation by attempting to prohibit the proper participation in operations. I think what happened is Ammon McNeff was trying to help the one guy, David Thornton, to detach from the other two ladies that he was running the business with. I think they were still on his side at some point. Failed to maintain proper corporate formalities and governance documents. Well, so does Bricks and Minifigs. Again, Bricks and Minifigs does most of this shit themselves, but they will terminate people's franchise agreements if they do it. One member of the LLC attempted to sell, assign, pledge, or transfer ownership without written consent from BAM, so you can't even sell some of your company without their consent. Failed to keep timely accounting records and failed to provide timely annual financials. XOXO, Ammon McNeff. Ooh. We have a deposition transcript from 2023. Okay, let's see. This is Ammon McNeff's deposition. He says, okay, this is page 17, so it just kind of drops us a little bit of an excerpt. Like, it drops us kind of right in the middle. It says, oh, man, I have a feeling we're about to come across some information here. So the question is, so Ammon says at the moment they are stealing money from us. Okay, this is what he's saying about those Canby people. The lawyer says, okay, explain what you mean by that. He said they're using our intellectual property, our name, our goodwill, everything about our brand without permission, authorization, or claim to it, and they are driving revenue off of that intellectual property, and they continued using our branding without permission. Okay, question. Mr. McNabb, what else do you think of that would characterize not the lawyers but you as irreparable injury to Bricks and Minifigs? Ammon says, well, the individuals who are operating and own the location that is wrongfully using our information, they were terminated as franchisees for wrongful conduct and conduct that is unethical. And in my perspective, harms the brand. Ammon said, by continuing to behave in the way that they have, they used our brand name, they damaged our reputation, they have potential to severely damage our reputation, and we have multiple franchisees in the region that are being harmed by this behavior. Wait, this is page 17. Okay, so it reads this way. Okay, Mr. McNabb, have you been contacted by any other BAM franchisee with any comment or criticism or observation of any kind regarding Plastic Palette and Canby? Yes. Ammon says multiple stores talked to us about the erratic behavior. Again, no evidence. Which stores? Multiple stores. Who? Not telling. Inconsistent actions, dilapidated look and feel of the store, and multiple instances of egregious behavior. But how? No specifics. The lawyer says, can you be more specific? First of all, see, look, I'm such a lawyer, y'all. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer. First of all, who communicated that to you? Fellow franchisees. Who? Now we get named. One, Spencer Crandall, who informed us Plastic Palette's Facebook Live event where they announced that they would be defying the governor of Oregon's state health crisis mandate for wearing masks. That's one instance. Or corporate employee David Ortiz. Remember, he's a franchise seller, but he's also one of the co-founders. Lives in the Pacific Northwest area, visited the store recently and noted that it is dilapidated with very little inventory, dirty facilities, and wrong signage. Mr. Matthew Thomas, another corporate employee. So these people are like biased. Matthew Thomas works for corporate. David Ortiz works for corporate. So they're just sending their corporate employees over there, and the corporate employees are like, oh yeah, we got to terminate this franchise agreement and run this store ourselves. This is just such a load of shit. One of our vendors, in violation of one of our vendors, this got to be Lego. In fact, our probably most important vendor. Yep, Toy House. We have been also notified by that same vendor, our Lego distribution vendor, that the store has refused to pay bills and is now jeopardizing our relationship with our only source of Legos. The only source we have for Legos in North America. Okay, any other instance you can report of third parties who have expressed to you concern about Plastic Palette? None that came to my mind. Okay, so what were the people, right? He's like, we have been told by multiple individuals, multiple stores have talked to us about erratic behavior. Okay, who? Fellow franchisees. Okay, who? He literally named one. The other two he named are corporate employees. Now, they might be fellow franchisees, but it's pretty important that they're also part of corporate, which is trying to take this store, or did take this store. Okay, how did you first learn about the Toy House concerns? It was first brought to my attention, Ammon says, from a vendor account manager at the corporate office. He had received a phone call from Toy House, a Toy House representative, to inform us of an outstanding balance that was unpaid. And in subsequent communications that they had established, sought to establish a payment plan. And Plastic Palette has missed all the payments on the payment plan. Okay, but did you personally speak to anyone at Toy House? He said, yeah, I personally spoke to a representative as of Monday. Okay, So that was after this whole lawsuit took place? Mm-hmm. Lawyer says, all right, I want to go back through. I want to go back, though. When did this first come to your attention that there was some problem with Plastic Palette and Toy House and the Lego account? I don't recall. Okay, but could it have been 2 months ago, 3 months ago? I'm just trying to get some sense here. And then the excerpt ends there, and then they go to another one. This is page 29 of Ammon's deposition. We get lots of communications back and forth. It's not uncommon for us to be involved in the initial negotiations of a lease. Yeah, Morrow Hill. And even the ongoing negotiations of the lease with our franchisees. Now, I said Morrow Hill. I don't exactly know when Morrow Hill became involved with Bricks and Minifigs. Maybe they weren't yet. But the question is, to be specific, has anyone from the Bricks and Minifigs corporate communicated with the landlord in the past? Let's say from November 2022 up until the time you saw the landlord's notice of termination. He said, I would say yes. Lawyer said, all right, so tell me what communications occurred with the landlord. He said, well, to my recollection, there was a communication that their lease was expiring and no notification had been given that anyone from Plastic Palette intended to renew. So the landlord was concerned by that. Okay, when did that communication occur? Ammon says, I don't know. What's your biggest recollection as to, like, roughly how long? He said several months ago. All right. And so question, who at BAM would have been the person communicating with the landlord? It would have been Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas comes up all up and down those FDDs. He used to be the director of operations. Now, you know who ended up getting put in that spot at some point? That's a musical job. That's a chair for the musical job chairs, because Kai McAllister also had this job. Now, it was not at that time. Okay, you say he previously was the manager at Plastic. Oh. Wow. Wow. This is crazy. Bricks and Minifigs likes to take people that are who are managers at stores and make them into owners. They like to take the owners of stores and make them into corporate employees. They like to take managers and make them into corporate employees. So again, nobody can take their employees, but they can take other people's employees. So it's interesting we're learning a little bit more about Mr. Matthew Thomas here. Who would have been the person communicating with the landlord? Matthew Thomas. What was his title at the time? Director of Operations of corporate. Wasn't he previously the manager of Plastic Palette? Yes. How long has he been with Bricks and Minifigs? 8 or 9 years. So 8 or 9 years from 2023 has to go back almost to the beginning. The very early days. Certainly he was with Bricks and Minifigs way before Ammon and Matt. Do you know when Plastic Palette first became a franchisee? 2017. And it purchased that store from a gentleman named John Masick. Isn't that right? Corporate never fully let go of ownership of this Canby store. The Canby store never fully was independently owned and operated from what it looks like to me, because John Masick was the founder, one of the 2 founders of Bricks and Minifigs. He opened the Canby store before there was even a BAM franchise to even talk about. There was no franchising to talk about. He opened that Canby store. Now his partner, David Ortiz, he opened a store as well in Washington State. So when John Masick wanted to sell, when the co-founder wanted to sell the franchise store to someone else, he sold it to this company called Plastic Palette LLC. But what is a company? It's just a company. Who was behind that company? Supposedly David Thornton, his mother-in-law, his wife at the time, and the manager of Plastic Palette was Matthew Thomas. But Matthew Thomas was apparently a corporate employee and had worked with Bricks and Minifigs for years at that time. They bought the store from this guy, John Masick, the original co-founder. What is his relationship to BAM? He is one of the co-founders. Is he still an owner or manager at BAM? No. Mr. McNeff. Next question. Is the non-payment of franchise fees, is that one of the reasons Bricks and Minifigs decided to terminate this franchise agreement? Huh? What? Repeat the question? The lawyer said, well, I observed, and I want to see if I'm correct. There's no mention of failure to pay fees in the recital of default in your affidavit. I'm just curious if, indeed, Plastic Palette has paid its franchise fees. Ammon said, well, without having access to my records, I couldn't tell you one way or the other. I really don't know. I'm aware late payments and failure to pay on time, which is the same thing, by the way, stupid ass. Late payment is the same thing as failure to pay on time. He just wanted to make it sound worse. But I wouldn't be able to answer that question fully without my financial records. The lawyer said, okay, so as we sit here today, you don't even know if non-payment is one of the issues, the quote breaches? He said, no, I would have to review the notice. Okay, so you signed a declaration in support of this motion, did you not? Yes. And I wonder, I didn't mark it as an exhibit, but I wonder if your counsel maybe has a copy close by. You signed it. Do you have a copy of that that the witness could look at? Mr. Cook.
I have to pull it up. Hold on.
I got a Word document of it. Okay, why don't we do this? Take 5 minutes. I'll send it. Okay, all right, off the record. Cool. I appreciate you. Okay. Before we jump, Ms. McDuff has a clarification he wants to ask. Okay. So then they go to the next one. These are just excerpts from the deposition. Question. Between January 16th and September 1st, 2023, specifically additional breaching. What was the breach? Other than the 27 on the notice. Ammon said, enumerated on the notice. Okay, but you don't have anything to add, just only what's on the notice? Oh, well, there are lots of events, Ammon said. Lots and lots of events. Okay, so which one? What are they? Do you know whether the landlord has agreed to rescind the termination of the lease? I don't know. Have you or anyone from Bricks and Minifigs Corporate proposed to enter into a new lease? He said, I think an offer has been made. So when you say take over, is it to enter into a new lease or is it to take over an existing lease? Ammon said, I don't know. It would be through our rights as the franchisor under the franchise agreement. So he's like, I don't know. Whatever, you could call it whatever you want. We're coming and take that shit. Excuse me? Was that done in writing though? Ammon said, I don't know. I'm not handling that. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to request a copy, the lawyer said, of whatever writing was sent to or received from that landlord in the last 60 days. It sounded like at a minimum, it would be an offer from Bricks and Minifigs to the landlord. I'm just trying to understand, Mr. McNeff. Has the landlord entered into an agreement with Bricks and Minifigs? Or is it just an offer? What is the status of the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs and that landlord? Ooh, I'd love to know. Ammon said, to my knowledge, it's just communication that we have communicated our desire to lease the space. Well, has the landlord responded? He said, I believe so. I don't know for sure. I'm not handling that. Okay, well, I'm going to request copies of those communications too. I just want to make sure you're understanding. This is a request that I'm making of you, the lawyer says to the other lawyer. I understand the witness is not going to be sending me documents. Hold on, I got the rainbow wheel of death here. Okay, so this is Ammon's lawyer. I'm saying there is no provision for an oral request for production in a deposition. You have to, okay, so, well, if you send a request, okay. I'm going to stop. Thank you. Before we go, I'm happy to get to it. Okay. Mr. McNeff, was there an altercation in the parking lot of the store that you were aware of between January 2023 and September 2023? They took it to the parking lot. For real. Jerry. Okay, tell me about that. Ammon says, well, I received a phone call from Mr. David. God damn it. They don't give me Y'all not going to tell me about the altercation? Oh, the drama. Mr. McNeff, was there an altercation in the parking lot of the Canby store in 2023? Yes. I received a phone call from Mr. David, nothing else. Ugh. I'm searching all the... Okay, here's more deposition transcript. Are you aware there are any documents? I don't recall. I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. Hold on, let me see. This is about document production. Okay, so now they're talking about this issue they were having with Toy House, which is the only place that they were able to get Legos from. There's one distributor in the United States at this point where you could get Legos, and it was Toy House. And Toy House was starting to have issues with this particular store not paying their stuff. So the question is, do you know if anyone at Toy House, this is, I believe, Ammon McNeff's deposition. Do you know if, yeah, it is. Do you know if whether anyone at that company, Toy House, actually communicated with the owners of Plastic Palette to see if there was actually some problem with the payment? Ammon said, I'm not aware of their communications. Okay. Do you know whether Bricks and Minifigs has taken any action to address what you described as a problem? You described it as a potential threat to BAM. So I'm just curious, have you taken any steps to address this problem? He said, I have instructed our vendor specialists at Bricks and Minifigs to remain in close communication with Toy House and ensure that they know we are committed to helping them resolve the issue. Okay, but how much do they owe? Ammon said, I don't have an exact dollar amount, but to my recollection and knowledge, it's somewhere in the range of $10,000 to $15,000. And has it been paid? Ammon said, not as of today. Okay, but as far as you know, is Toy House continuing to service all BAM's franchisees? In other words, continuing to serve as the primary vendor? Ammon said yes. Okay, so let me ask you, have you or has anyone at Bricks and Minifigs done anything to discourage Toy House from dealing with Plastic Palette? He said, yeah, we terminated their franchise agreement. Okay, well, let me ask you, what does that mean as far as Toy House is concerned? He said, well, Toy House receives notices of the terminated franchisees. Okay, so tell me when Bricks and Minifigs notified Toy House it was terminating Plastic Palette. He said, I don't know. Would it have been before the notice was sent to Plastic Palette? No. Would it have been at the same time? No. So can you tell me when or how soon after you terminated Plastic Palette's franchise agreement that you sent the notice to the Toy House that they were no longer franchisees? Ammon said, no. I don't know when the notice went out. Okay, but were you aware that as a consequence of the Plastic Palette being unable to... Were you aware that as a consequence of that, Plastic Palette was unable to buy products from Toy House? Ammon said, yeah, I knew that. That's part of getting your franchise agreement terminated. Okay, so do you know whether Plastic Palette has actually attempted to get that unpaid amount? Oh, excuse me. Do you know whether the Plastic Palette, these are the former franchisees, have actually tried to pay the Toy House stuff? He said, as I stated earlier, I was made aware that the payment arrangement had been established and missed. Okay, are you aware of how Plastic Palette communications... Excuse me. Are you aware of how Plastic Palette communicates on the internet? He's like, I don't know what you're asking. Okay, is it correct? Oh, shit. Is it correct that Plastic Palette... Oh, yes, this is good. The lawyer says, isn't it correct that Plastic Palette has an internet address that is somehow controlled by Bricks and Minifigs? I'm just curious whether there's something like an address where people can communicate to Plastic Palette, but Bricks and Minifigs actually controls it. Do you understand the question? I know what the lawyer is asking. You know, in the franchise agreement, it says, or the operating agreement, we read it the other day and it was really crazy. Bricks and Minifigs retains control over social media. Bricks and Minifigs it says in their operating agreement, put a 2 in the chat if you remember the operating agreement, saying you have no expectation of privacy over your email accounts. No expectation of privacy over your email accounts. We can log in. We can look at them. So I believe that's what this lawyer is asking. I'm curious. Isn't there some type of, you have control over that, right? He said, yeah, I mean, we have email addresses assigned to each store. And upon termination, that access is terminated. Okay, so your company terminated Plastic Palette's access to their own email address? Ammon said, correct. Okay, next question. When did you or anyone at Bricks and Minifigs first communicate with the landlord for the location? He said, when the initial lease was signed by John Masick, the founder, a number of years ago. Okay, I'm going to have you come a little further toward me and forward in time, further forward in time. Let's say during 2023, has anyone at Bricks and Minifigs communicated with the landlord at the Plastic Palette, for Plastic Palette Canby location? Ammon said, yeah. Okay, when was that? I don't know. Okay, so then a few pages go by, and now this is just kind of like a little out of context, but here's Ammon saying, I guess it was potentially misconstrued. I may have stated that Mr. Matt Thomas was a manager of Plastic Palette, the LLC. But what I was actually referring to was that Matthew Thomas was a store manager. So I just wanted to make sure that the clarification was true or made aware, because I understand that legalities matter and manager of an LLC versus manager of a store, and that's confusing. So Mr. Matt Thomas was actually a manager of the Canby store. He was not manager of the LLC, the company. Okay. Next question, is it possible he worked at the store when it was owned by John Masick, the founder? Yes. And then he continued his employment? Girl, this Matt Thomas. Then he continued his employment when Plastic Palette purchased the store. So they had a guy on the inside the whole time. He had the guy, like, okay, just so y'all understand, John Masick is one of the original owners, founders of the company, Bricks and Minifigs. Now, as far as today, he apparently no longer owns any of the store. That's what they're saying, the franchise corporation. But at some point, John Masick had owned this sort of flagship Bricks and Minifigs location in Canby, Oregon. Now, eventually he sold that store. But while he owned the store, he had a store manager by the name of Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas was a corporate employee as well at some point. God, my nose itches. But Matthew Thomas, a corporate employee, but he also started, I guess, by working as a manager of the Canby store, in the Canby store. So when John Masick sold the store, the original founder sold the store, and someone came in to buy the store, the manager of the store stayed the manager, Matt Thomas. Actually, he says, I don't actually know. He was employed in some capacity, but I know he had transitioned to the corporate office, and I believe he may have continued to work under Plastic Palette too. But I really don't know the exact dates or notices or any of that stuff. Okay, fair enough. The declaration is something you prepared and signed. Isn't that right, Mr. McNeff? Correct. And I want to ask you, did you review that declaration before your deposition? Like, did you go back and look at it in the last day or two? Ammon said maybe. I may have. There's like a lot of documents. So I just got off a 3-day conference with our franchisees. So there's been a lot of documents that had to be reviewed. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% familiar with whether or not I reviewed this specific document. Okay. Let me go ahead and just ask some specific questions then. If you take a look at your declaration, in it you recite that there was a termination and you recite a number of, I'll say, breaches for defaults. Isn't that true? Yes. Okay. And looking at paragraph 8, yeah. That's the first specific reference to a breach or a default. Isn't that right? He's like, can I just look at it for a minute? Yeah, please do. Okay, yeah, it looks like paragraph 7 notices the defaults, but paragraph 8, it starts specifically talking about the defaults. Okay, so paragraph 8 mentions that during COVID, the defendants threatened to violate or somehow violated public health mandates. Isn't that true? Ammon says, yeah. So when did that occur? They occurred during the pandemic. I don't know. I don't exactly remember the date, but probably the year 2020. Okay, so a couple years ago, maybe 2, even 3 years ago? Yes. And you were aware of that incident at the time or around that time, weren't you? Yeah. Okay. So when you mentioned Spencer Crandall, it was that incident or related to that incident that he communicated to Bam about? He said, well, no, I mean, there were other incidents that Spencer Crandall communicated with his issues with the plastic pallet operation. But this was one of them. The lawyer says, okay, I'm just trying to understand. Have there been more recent incidents related to COVID than a couple or maybe 3 years ago? Ammon, huh? More incidents of what? The lawyer. Of plastic pallet somehow not complying or not doing what it was supposed to do. Yes. Okay. Ammon says, as stated earlier, both Mr. David Ortiz, again, another of the original founders, and Mr. Matthew Thomas, again, somebody who had loyalty, in my opinion, to the other original founder, both reported issues relating to operations of the store. Okay, the lawyer said, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about COVID-19. Has a problem happened since? He said the problem of dealing with COVID-19 occurred 2 or 3 years ago. It has not, COVID-19 has not recurred. And look how stupid Ammon is. Look how fucking dumb this idiot psychopath is. Okay, the question, the lawyer says, I beg your pardon, I was specifically referring to the COVID-19 problem. That's not recurred, has it? And look what this idiot moron said. COVID-19 has not recurred? The lawyer said the problem of dealing with COVID-19 that occurred 2 or 3 years ago. Has that happened again? Any problems? Oh no, I'm not aware of any recurrence of Facebook Live tearing up of the governor's mandates. No. Okay. Number 9. Complaint, Ammon. You referred to some supposed failed update to signage. You included a picture of the current sign. Isn't that correct? Yes. When did you first become aware that there was any problem at all with the signage at Plastic Pallet? He said, I don't know. It would most likely be the time the franchisees were mandated to have updated their external signage in accordance with our agreement with Lego. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did Lego have some type of issue with how Bricks and Minifigs was doing their signage? Look, I mean, this is all new to me. I haven't read any of this. I'm kind of in live investigation status right here, but they needed to update their signs, right? But why? When did you first become aware that there was a problem with their signs? He said, I don't know. But most likely at the time, the date, all franchisees were mandated to have updated their external signage in accordance with our agreement with Lego. When was that? When was what? I think Ammon might be stupid. I think he might be stupid. I think he might be too stupid to run a business for sure. Look at the question. When did you first become aware there was a problem with the sign? I don't recall. Most likely the date all the franchisees were mandated to update their signs. When was that? Put a 3 in the chat if it's very obvious what this question is. Put a 3 in the chat if you would understand exactly what that meant. That doesn't mean he necessarily knows what the date was, but like, oh, he's infuriating. He's absolutely infuriating. When did you first become aware there was a problem with the signs? Probably the date that we were mandated to have the franchisees change their signs. Okay, when was that? When was what? Sir, you just tied the question to the mandate. You said you thought it was probably you learned about when it was a mandate. I just want to know how long you've been aware, or has someone at BAM been aware that there was some non-compliance with signage? Within the past 2 years. I really don't know. Okay, so can we say a year or two ago? Like I said, I really don't know. That was supposed to have transpired, but I do know it was brought up and not resolved. Okay, so that occurred over a year ago? No, it occurred continuously since that time. Okay, Ammon, the lawyer says, I am trying to confirm when you learned of the problem. And I want you to confirm for me. You've been aware of it for over a year. Yes, he says. Okay, fine. Whew. Now, let's go to number 10. That refers to the divorce. And to Miss Brown, that's one of my clients, transferring 1/3 of her ownership interest to Miss Cooper, another one of my clients. And you've alleged, or you stated, that was a breach. And I want to understand, apart from the fact that the franchise agreement requires them to get consent before making a transfer, is there any harm that BAM suffered as a result of the transfer? He said, yes. Okay, so what harm, Ammon? Point to the part where you're hurt. How was Bricks and Minifigs harmed because the divorced lady didn't want to be in business with her husband anymore and gave the other percentage to her mom? Where's the harm? He said, violation of franchise agreement. The lawyer said, okay. I said, other than that, Mr. McNeff. I already said that, right? Apart from the fact that the franchise agreement requires them to get consent, other than the violation of the franchise agreement, have you suffered any harm? Has BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, suffered any harm as a result? Yeah. Okay, what's the harm other than violating the franchise agreement? Violating the franchise agreement? Yeah. Other than that, Mr. McNabb. Oh, sorry. Well, it created significant disruption with operations, which I believe has harmed us financially because of the lower performance of the store. So we have been financially harmed. Okay, next question. Are you aware? You know what it means when an agreement says which consent will not be unreasonably withheld. You know what that means? You're aware of that, right? He said, I've read the franchise agreement. I think Mr. Cook has a copy of it. I want to look at it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to move on, Mr. McNabb. Let me just ask, are you aware that my clients offered to restore the 1/3 membership? Ooh, that's not what they said in their lawsuit. That's not what Ammon and Bam and them said in their lawsuit. The client offered to restore the 1/3 membership. And in fact, asked for consent from Bricks and Minifigs for restoration of that ownership. Are you aware of that? Oh, busted. Ammon got busted. He said, well, I'm aware of a commitment, or I guess a document that was sent saying somebody would commit to making or correcting the transfer. I'm not aware of what was the second part you said? That they offered to transfer back to Leah Brown the 1/3 membership, restoring the ownership to the previous status. Y'all were so pissed that they transferred the ownership, so they offered to undo it. Are you aware of that? Yes. Okay. So do you know whether BAM ever consented to that restoration? I don't think there was a need for us to consent. But to my knowledge, if they made that offer, I believe a consent would have been issued. To my understanding, what transpired was they violated it, and we told them that they were not supposed to do that and that it needed to be restored. So I do not believe a consent would have had to be sought when we told them what they needed to do. Okay, but you're aware they offered to restore it? You're aware they requested the consent from you? No. Okay, so it skips a few pages. He says, I communications with both parties or all parties involved in Plastic Palette, mostly in an attempt to help them recognize the peril. So threat. So I reached out to them to threaten them. But the way that he said, he uses the word threat instead of saying threat, he says, quote, an attempt to help them recognize the peril they found themselves in. And from our side of things, the best way for them to set aside their differences and operate the business without emotional complications. Okay, did you communicate directly with the old lady, the elder lady, Christina Cooper? Yes. And what do you know about her health? Nothing. Do you know, has David Thornton ever told you anything about her physical condition? I'm aware that she is not young. I don't know. I don't want to call her old, but you know, she's not young. Okay, seriously, y'all, like 65 is not that old. Like it really is not. In terms of her medical condition, you don't recall him mentioning anything about her serious ailments? Ammon said no. How many times did you say you spoke to her in the last year? Maybe one or two. Did you tell her that it would be best if she did not communicate with her business partner, David Thornton? He said, I communicated that it would be best if they seek a mediator or a third party to communicate with each other. Okay, but why? Is it because of the rift that was mentioned? He said, no, well, yeah, no, yeah. More due to the fact that any attempt at communication evolved into blaming and bickering, so no efforts to facilitate appropriate communication with our corporate office was being effectuated. Every communication was to do nothing. From all parties was to do nothing but try and use BAM franchising as a tool to leverage against the other party. Okay, the lawyer said, so it was pretty clear that there was a rift between Mr. Thornton and his mother-in-law, Miss Cooper, and Miss Brown, who's her daughter? Correct. So this was like a family business, like the franchise. Okay. Did you know that Miss Cooper and Miss Brown actually owned 2/3 of the membership? No. You did not know that Miss Cooper and Miss Brown together owned 2/3 of the membership? That's not what the question was. Sorry. Okay, fine. I will strike the question. New question. Did you know that Miss Brown and Miss Cooper, that's her daughter and mother, own 2/3 of the membership? Yes. Do you have Exhibit 1 handy? Yes. Have you seen this document before today? Only as it arrived from my attorneys yesterday. I'm in conjunction with this deposition. Have you ever seen it before? No. Okay, let's look at Exhibit 2. I've never seen this document, he said, before depositions. In fact, we noted on this first and foremost that the email address it was sent to looks to be the franchise is not a valid email address for our organization. This is the same thing he did with Ben. You know how Ben was like, oh yeah, I did email you guys early on. And Ammon's like, did I tell you to email that? Did I tell you to email that email address? They always have the fictitious email, fictitious business address, fictitious business name. That's fake. That's not real. It's just like hiding. It's like Russian nesting dolls, I swear. Oh, I never saw that. This isn't even a valid email address. Maybe we missed it. Or it got sent to spam or something. This is not a valid email address for the franchise. Okay, well, let me say thank you. That'll speed up the questions. All right, next, Exhibit 3. What is it? An email sent to all parties for a solution for the ongoing struggles and issues between the parties. Now, again, just to identify the document, it looks like a copy of an email, right? I'm going to say, Reed Brimhall. Signed by you, Matthew McNeff, and Reed Brimhall. That'd be the owners of the company. We're finding all kind of little nuggets in here. Look at Reed Brimhall. That's a standard email signature, Ammon said, on a standard general franchise email address. Okay. Who are those other two gentlemen? They are other executives within the franchise office. Okay. Looking at this document, how do you know who it was sent to? He said, I don't. It doesn't say it, but I'm aware because I drafted this email. I know who it was sent to. I would have sent it to the owners of Plastic Palette, David Thornton, Christina Cooper, Leah Brown. Okay, did any of them respond? Yes, I think Leah Brown or Christina Cooper. I don't recall which one. They indicated they would forward this to an attorney. And I believe Thornton may have called to discuss the contents or the proposal. Okay, next question. Did the parties generally indicate they were willing to go along with some type of transaction like this? He said, I don't think I got any form of acquiescences from either. or any of the parties involved. Okay, let me ask you this, Ammon. Frankly, is this a frankly fairly detailed proposal? Is this something that you developed with the other gentlemen you mentioned? The other executives whose names appear on this document, meaning Reed Brimhall and Matthew McNeff? No, he said, just like I said, a standard email signature to that email address. I did all this myself. Okay. So other than you, did anyone have any hand in creating this proposal? He says, no one. Okay, and in this proposal, among other things, it says, I'm looking down on paragraph C, the first page, it says this is an accept it or leave it proposition. Remember we read that earlier? Put a 3 in the chat if you remember we read that. This is an accept it or leave it proposition. But leaving it will result in the complete loss of that party's rights and options under the plan. That's your words in that email, right? That is correct. Okay, so your intention was that it not be negotiated, it simply be accepted or rejected. Ammon said, yeah, it wasn't up for negotiation. Okay, let's look at the next exhibit, Exhibit 4. And just for the record, this is another copy of one of the documents that your people produced for you, Exhibit 3 and 4. So as far as I can tell, it's a duplicate of a record in your custody, but I want you to take a minute and still read it, look at it, because I got a few questions for you. Okay? Now, I can't tell, other than the salutation, I can't tell who you sent this letter to or this email. Do you know who you sent it to? No. He said, I don't recall off the top of my head. I didn't look at the information when this was, no. Okay, so tell us for the record, who is David Thornton and John Byer, the two gentlemen named in the letter? He said in this context, they were the two managers of the Canby location. Okay, so the managers of the store, not the managers of the LLC. Okay, so it's fair to say, isn't it, that if this plan had been executed and contemplated, question, and it's fair to say, Ammon, isn't it, that if this plan had been executed as it had been contemplated, this would have become a corporate store for at least a period of time. So now we're getting a little bit of insight into the pattern of transition. How the stores transfer from a corporate store, they get purchased for a while until Bricks and Minifigs comes up with some stupid reason to terminate the franchise agreement, comes in, repossesses all the assets, and takes over the store again. I think this might be the franchise churning allegations that people had been levying against Bricks and Minifigs. If the plan had been executed as you originally intended, Ammon, isn't it true that corporate was fitting to take over this store? Hold on, I had to send a message. This would have become a corporate store, isn't that right? Yes. And in fact, Mr. Byer and Mr. Thornton were going to be working as employees at that corporate store. Isn't that true? Ammon said, possibly. Nothing was guaranteed. Okay, but isn't that what you say in this note? That Mr. Byer will be eventually the franchisee? And Mr. Thornton will come back in and it's the previous Exhibit 3. Do you want to look at that again? That's where it's confirmed. BAM intends to operate it under a newly formed LLC as a corporate store. Didn't you say that? Intended, yeah. See how they do this with words? We said intended. We didn't say for sure. Okay, so then it ends there. Or for that, like not ends there, but then it jumps a few pages forward. Next question. Between January 16th and September 1st, 2023, specifically, what additional breaching occurred by Plastic Pallet other than the 27 that you listed on this default? He said, I believe those would have been enumerated on the notice of termination. Okay, but you don't have anything to add? Just factually from your own knowledge, what they did that was so bad that you had to terminate? Oh, there were lots of events. Lots and lots. Okay, but did you know whether the landlord had agreed to rescind the termination of the lease? I have no idea. Have you or anyone from Bricks and Minifigs proposed to enter into a new lease with the landlord? I believe an offer was made. I think we already read this. We already read this one. Oh, wow. Okay, so this was a question for a minute that was turned over in time. Did you turn over all documents you thought were responsive to your attorneys? Mr. Cunningham, don't answer that question. Okay, well, let me put it this way. Are you aware I was given a total of 13 pages of documents in response to this notice? Ammon said, I don't know the exact number. Okay, but you're aware that some of the documents were turned over and some were not? I don't understand the question. Okay. Do you know, Ammon, whether the 13 pages that were turned over represent all of the documents that are in your possession or control that are described in the notice? Ammon said, I'm aware between the lawyers of the information that was requested, and there was an update to this, so I did send all the documents according to the updated correspondence between counsel. Okay, let me ask you in particular, Ammon. One of the items listed on the notice was number 6. It requests all documents relating to any harm or damages suffered by plaintiff, that's you, as a result of the conduct by Plastic Palette LLC. So I'm going to ask you whether you're aware of any documents being in existence that show that you were apparently, supposedly, allegedly harmed. You're suing for harm, so we're trying to figure out what's the harm. Let me review number 6. I don't recall. I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. I guess the disclosures between lawyers limited the scope of documents. I mean, I really don't know. Okay. I don't want communications with you and your lawyer, Ammon. I just want your knowledge of the documents that are within your custody and control. You're not aware of any documents that fall within that description? The show that you were harmed ever by Plastic Palette and their actions? I'm pretty busy, so I mean, I guess like I'll went and look for documents, but yeah, that was the fine. Okay, so what about number 7, Ammon? The description is correspondence with or to any third party, including the landlord. You didn't produce any of that. Are you aware if there are any documents responsive to that? I'm not aware. Okay, so number 4 on the notice, we're asking for documents relating to notice of default sent to Plastic Palette or any of its members or employees, and I'm again asking you, are you aware of existence of any of those documents? He said, yeah, I thought I sent those in to the lawyers. Yeah, I mean, I thought y'all already had them. Okay, Ammon, but you're not saying that among the 13 pages there was any of the documents that relate to notice of default, are you? Okay. Did you or do you know whether anyone at Toy House actually communicated with the owners of Plastic Palette to see if there was a problem with the payment? No, I'm not aware of their communication. Okay, we already read this. In accordance with the franchise, consequence, I will pay the product in accordance with the franchise agreement. Okay, we already read that. Misconstrued, we read that. We read that. We read the misconstrued. We read that. We read that. We read that. I want to control. Okay, this is what I was actually looking for when I stumbled across deposition transcripts. So let's read this. This is Ammon's declaration in support of the motion for a temporary restraining order and an order for provisional process, order to show cause, preliminary injunction should not issue. I, Ammon McNeff, declare as follows. Lie, 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 lie. Sociopath, sociopath, lie, lie, lie. Just kidding. Let's read it. I'm a representative for BAM Franchising. I have personal knowledge of the facts of the matters. BAM is an Oregon corporation. We own Bricks and Minifigs. Plastic Palette is an LLC. It was owned by Christina Maria Cooper, Leah Marie Brown, and David Allen Thornton. May 17th, we entered into agreements with BAM. including a franchise agreement and its associated Schedule 8 confidentiality and non-compete. At all material times, Bricks and Minifigs performed and complied with the terms of their agreement. They terminated the agreement September 2023. During the COVID pandemic, for instance, when stores were mandated to require masks for the health and safety of the public, defendants repeatedly threatened to violate said mandate, causing direct impact on BAM and other franchisees. This was a violation of the franchise agreement. Defendants' public refusals generated negative press coverage. Oh boy, that drama. Defendants failed to update signs that had been damaged. Photos are provided. These photos were taken by BAM employee Matt Thomas. So Bricks and Minifigs corporate employee. And he was the one that they were relying on to say that, well, yeah, franchisees got in touch with us. But he's not a franchisee. He's a corporate employee. After the Brown and Thornton got divorced, so 2 of the 3 owners got divorced. The woman, the wife, the ex-wife, transferred her 1/3 ownership to her mother. So she became a 2/3 owner. And the ex-wife got out of this. This was a violation of the franchise agreement. Now remember, we're reading Ammon McNeff's statement, his declaration. Following termination of the defendants as franchisees in September 2023, the landlord issued a notice of termination of their lease. A copy of this notice of termination was sent to Bricks and Minifigs by the landlord. Following the termination of defendants' franchisees in September, Bricks and Minifigs learned that defendants had an outstanding debt with Toy House of about $10,000. Despite defendants' receipt of BAM's notice of termination, they have continued operating the store using the Bricks and Minifigs name. They have further failed to perform any of their obligations required in the franchise agreement upon termination. September 11th, 2023. So these are those obligations, I guess. Dang, this is long. Notice of termination. You haven't cured the defaults. Failed to update the signs. Reckless disregard for the mental well-being of a corporation. Who knew that could even be possible? Okay, what is this? This is interesting. Hold on. Oh, this is interesting. So we get kind of like a response from Plastic Palette in opposition to Bricks and Minifig trying to get a preliminary injunction, and they want an oral argument. They request that motion be denied. Ooh, this is interesting. This action is an attempt by BAM Franchising Inc. to put the defendant's toy store out of business before the parties have an opportunity to present their evidence during a trial. Bricks and Minifigs is electing not to proceed with arbitration, despite the fact that its franchise agreement requires arbitration by the Arbitration Service of Portland. It is seeking equitable relief in the form of a preliminary injunction, which for all intents and purposes end the case. Plastic Palette was formed in 2017 as a family venture. It runs a small toy store in Canby, Oregon. Among other things, the store sells Lego products. Plastic Palette purchased the store from John Masick, who is the predecessor. Now, the predecessor, remember we were told that the predecessor promised that or represented that the store was making about $200,000 a year in profit? Predecessor and founder of Bricks and Minifigs. That purchase was the result of certain representations and warranties by Mr. Masick, which have proved to be untrue. So they're saying that founder, John Masick, lied. That's what they're saying. The owners of Plastic Palette, who were each 1/3 members of the company, were Mrs. Cooper, that's the older lady, her daughter, Miss Brown, and Miss Brown's then husband, David Thornton. Miss Cooper, the older one, had put up all the money, including $120,000 loan to Plastic Palette. So she made a loan to this company that she owned, personal loan. That money represented her life savings. Miss Cooper, her daughter, and her son-in-law operated the store, with the son-in-law, David, providing day-to-day management. Miss Cooper's health deteriorated in the last several years. She has not been active in the store operations during that time. Unfortunately, Mrs. Brown and Mr. Thornton went through a divorce in 2021 and 2022. Their relationship became quite strained, and in 2022, the mom, the older one, and her daughter decided the store should be sold. Unfortunately, David Thornton was not able to arrange for appropriate financing. Moreover, he controlled the records of the operations. He was the only one in regular communication with Briggs and Minifigs. So they had developed their own relationship, I think. Like, Ammon liked this David Thornton guy, but he wasn't trying to deal with the women. And it makes sense. I mean, I do think that all the McNeffs hate women. It's just what I think. For reasons that remain unclear, November 2022, Briggs and Minifigs decided to attempt to force the older lady and her daughter out of the company. They demanded Plastic Palette turn over all its assets to Briggs and Minifigs at a price to be determined by them. They also demanded that the women terminate all their rights in the franchise. They began communicating with 2 employees of Plastic Palette with a plan to take over the operations of the store and hire both employees in the, quote, corporate store. Oh my God. It's like a pattern at this point. Briggs and Minifigs made it clear it would determine the price of any assets in the store, and then they would require the franchise agreement be terminated and that Plastic Palette business be dissolved. It also threatened to trigger the clawback clause, resulting in the total loss of any potential value or equity in the store. They threatened to destroy the entire investment that this elderly lady had put into the store 6 years ago. To date, she has received no distributions and no earnings from the store. So she put that $120,000 in and never got a penny out. She was willing to provide financing in the hope that the store was going to be more profitable. In January 2023, Plastic Palette's attorney reached out to Briggs and Minifigs in an effort to find a cooperative solution, including selling the business back to Briggs and Minifigs, assuming the proposed buyout is fair and consistent with legal rights of all parties. Rather than engaging in an effort to reach a fair resolution, Briggs and Minifigs issued its notice of default. This is exactly the same thing that Chris Gorman said happened. Exactly. They reached out to Briggs and Minifigs saying, look, we might want to sell the store. We might want to, maybe we could use your help finding someone. We might have somebody who might want to buy it, et cetera, et cetera. Instead of working with them, they terminated the franchise agreement and said that the Gormans had defaulted. Now, in this particular Canby, Oregon case, Briggs and Minifigs issued its notice of default, listing 27 alleged material breaches and defaults. The notice stated that the franchise agreement would be terminated January 20th. Plastic Palette continued to operate and continued making its royalty payments to BAM. So not only did they continue to operate, but they did keep making royalty payments for a few days. Briggs and Minifigs and its attorneys have continued to threaten and intimidate this elderly woman, Miss Cooper, even knowing her age, her fragile health, and her infirmity. The consequence to her has been devastating. It appears Briggs and Minifigs has been in communication with third parties and have blocked Plastic Palette's ability to buy Lego products through Toy House. Additionally, Briggs and Minifigs has shut off Plastic Palette's ability to use its internet account, probably email. Briggs and Minifigs took all of these actions despite the fact that they were denied a temporary restraining order on September 13th. They have not provided the court with any evidence of threatened irreparable injury or otherwise supported the imposition of provisional injunctive relief. So they tried to get the court to allow them to do this. The court would not allow them to do this, and so they did it anyway, is what this is alleging. Defendants proceeded in good faith with mediation as required by the franchise agreement, but their efforts were unsuccessful. So they went to mediation. They tried to go to mediation. They have replaced Mr. Thornton as manager of the store. They hired this other guy, John Byer, who has been approved by BAM to become a franchisee. Again, another freaking guy. Another guy who was just a simple manager of a store, and now he's going to be an owner of a store. Another guy who was a simple manager of a store, who they promoted to be in the owner of the store, and they probably screwed that guy over too. Nevertheless, they continue its campaign to destroy Plastic Palette and Mrs. Cooper's investment. Plaintiff relies almost entirely on the language of the franchise agreement to justify its request for pre-judgment preliminary injunction. The declaration of Ammon McNeff is virtually silent as to the nature of any harm suffered by BAM. Among other things, he cites events that took place over a year ago, before the action was filed. That type of allegation will not support the request for a preliminary injunction. It fails to even hint at any threat of immediate harm. At his deposition, when asked to describe the threatened irreparable harm, Ammon McNeff said they're stealing money because they continue to use BAM's intellectual property. But when asked about the problems and concerns of other franchisees, he mentioned an incident involving COVID that happened 3 years ago. He admitted that Bricks and Minifigs has known about that problem for over a year. He effectively refused to turn over relevant documents. He produced a total of 10 pages of documents in response to the notice of deposition. When asked at McNeff's deposition to produce documents relevant to an interference with prospective business, like basically when he was asked for proof of his claims, the lawyer refused to provide it. Here's a few citations regarding the requirements. Okay, let me type in Brimhall. This is the franchise agreement. The franchise sellers are John Masick, David Ortiz, and Reed Brimhall. Ooh. The original founder, the other original founder, and Reed Brimhall. Do they have the operation agreement in here? This instrument contains the entire agreement between the parties relating to the rights. The franchisee does not waive reliance on other warranties, representation. Any oral representations, modifications concerning the agreement shall be of no force or effect unless it's in writing. The operation manual may be amended at any time. And then you have to adapt the methods with no consideration. I don't remember any comments telling me not to look into somebody. Thank you, Hippo Squatamus, for the $2 super chat. Hope I'm feeling better. Thank you. And thank you for the 550 jewels. Thank you to Kevin for the $2.99 Australian. Was today the deadline for Ben's lawyers to file? I actually pulled that up a minute ago to see, and I think they got another extension. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Wait. Yeah. So this is... Oh, let me show you. See this? Oh. Yeah, they got another. This was just filed today. Breaking news. 6 pages. Let me just download it. We got a breaking news update. Breaking news update. New documents filed. I'm downloading it. Just give me a moment, please. My internet taking her time. Yeah, they asked for another extension of time. Another month. Okay, let me pull up the document and I'll read it to y'all. This just was filed today. Okay. Second unopposed motion. As you can see, this was filed, I guess you can't see, today, August 3rd. It's like my phone is like making this noise. Defendants Benjamin Paul Schneider, Reckless Ben LLC, and Victor Nguyen hereby move this court to extend the deadline to respond to this complaint in this matter to Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026. Plaintiff's counsel, the lawyers for Briggs and Minifigs, agree to this extension and do not oppose it. It is submitted prior to the expiration of the current deadline. It does not interfere with the court order or any other case deadlines, and there's no prejudice. And this is the proposed order. It hasn't been signed yet. Having considered the defendants Benjamin Paul Schneider, Reckless Ben LLC, and Victor Nguyen's unopposed motion to extend the deadline, it is herefore, therefore, so for, granted, ordered. Okay, so the deadline to respond has been extended for Reckless Ben LLC, for Ben Schneider, and for Victor Nguyen. I thought it was a different magistrate now. Doesn't it have a Section 3 judge? Yes, it's a different judge now, not a magistrate. It's a different judge in charge of the case now. His name's David Bowen. However, as I mentioned a few times now, when it's these little procedural issues, sometimes those issues will be given to a magistrate just to decide on motions for extensions of time, motions in limine, like not like terminal, motions. Now there was a very similar filing by Brian Mansell a few days ago. Let me see if I downloaded it. Looks like no. Okay, let me see. Hold on. I can still show y'all what. Oh, shoot. Where it happened. Okay. David Barlow. I don't know if I said the right name. Yeah, David Barlow. I don't know what I said. My mind's all over the place. Okay. So as you can see, docket number 28, which was filed on the 31st. Today's the August 3rd. So this was filed on, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. Pretty much the same type of document, the same type of request was filed here for Brian Mansell. And then today, there's another motion for extension of time here. Instead of Brian Mansell, it's Victor Nguyen, Reckless Ben, LLC, and Benjamin Paul Schneider. So the one with Brian Mansell is also for August 2nd. Mansell's specifically mentioned arbitration. I think so. Okay. Thank you to Kevin for that question. Thank you to Bird Means Brain for the 30 jewels. Thank you to Mean Panda so much for the 10 BJC live show memberships. Thank you to Mean Panda for becoming a member yourself. Thank you to Giant Swede for the $2 super chat. Isn't a signature under duress? Oh, wait. Is a signature under duress valid? No. Thank you to KT Lynn for the $2. Minute 18, please. I don't know what that's in reference to at this point. Sorry. Thank you to Salomon Abahrain. I know I'm saying that wrong. Thank you for gifting 1 live show membership. Thank you, Danielle Marie, for the 100 jewels. Thank you, Jocko, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jocko, for the $9.99. Love your content. I watch you and EBM nonstop. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to Andrea for the 100 jewels. And Wax Goddess for the 6 jewels. Any new update on the Crystal Law case? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Thanks so much to Wax Goddess for the 2 jewels. Silver Star. Okay, well, that's about all I have in me for now. I am tired and I have a headache and it's real bad. So I'm going to head out of here. Thank you to Wax Goddess for the 10 jewels. Wait, what did I say no to? Oh, the court audio? Okay, I'll have to do that later. I'm just seeing stars in the back of my head hurts so bad. Thank you to KT Lynn for the $2 super chat. I don't know why I feel like, something crazy is going to be going on later. If it does, I might come back here on live. If it's something crazy happens, I might still not come back here on live. I might come back tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see. But thank y'all for tuning in today. And who should I send y'all to? Oh, yeah, I was going to send y'all to Sheldon, but he said that when y'all go over there, you unsubscribe to his channel. So now I'm not sending y'all over there no more because it seemed to have made him upset. So that's all I really have for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions, and everyone's innocent till proven guilty. Love you, mean it, K. Bye.